the Legal Live. This is our third episode of Jasmine for Texas. If you guys don't know, on this episode, what I do as a political analysis with Legal Wars Live, what I do is I go over Jasmine Crockett. She's a congresswoman from the 30th District in Dallas, and she's running for senator in the state of Texas. So, of course, I support Jasmine, you know what I'm saying, for to win that position, you know what I'm saying? If you guys don't know, I own a legal documents company named Ameliorate Legal LLC. Basically, what I do is I file lawsuits. I protect disability law, you know what I'm saying, some other law, other cases I actually file, you know what I'm saying? So my company, Ameliorate Legal, which is a legal documents company, it's the reason why I started Legal Wars podcast, because I actually won an appeal in the U.S. Court of Appeals, which is awesome. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to come tell my story. Anyway, long story short, using those skills from the legal world, the advice, I decided, you know what I'm saying, to try my hand in politics. I think the biggest factor, I would say, for any political strategist or political analysis, or, you know what I'm saying, anything really to do with politics, in my opinion, it's like prediction. You got to understand and know what's going to happen before it happens. There's other things you got to understand and know. You got to understand and know how to get voters to the polls. You know what I'm saying? You got to understand the psyche of a voter, but the prediction is very important. That being said, everyone, I am so happy to announce, I'm so happy to let you guys know that Picks and Parlays is sports. You know what I'm saying? It's the first episode I've ever done of any kind of picking or predicting sports games. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people didn't know I'm into sports, and so I put my picks out there this week, and I would be proud to let you guys know that I went 5-0, undefeated in my NFL picks. So, I'm happy about that. The only reason I did that, you know what I'm saying, doing sports picks at all, the only reason I did that is to show people, you know what I'm saying, that I'm able to predict and see things, I'm able to do that. Like, look, for instance, I'll give you an example. If I tell you that President Trump, at this point right now, his presidency needs to go out there and explain his case to the people, you know what I'm saying, directly to the people. If I tell you that, in my opinion, that's a prediction. Just as if I predicted a football game. Difference is, with politics, it'll take a very long time. Sometimes you won't even see the effects of not listening to political advice. Well, in sports, you can see it immediately. If I tell you to pick the Saints and the points, the Saints win, the Saints cover the points, you can see it immediately. He know what he's talking about. It's a little bit harder to see that in politics, but I wanted to do sports betting to let you guys know. Your boy goes. So, guys, this week, man, like I said, NFL picks, I went 5-0, man. You know what I'm saying? I got 2 more picks. You know what I'm saying? I picked the college football playoff. If you guys need some picks, if you guys are into picking sports teams, you know what I'm saying, DraftKings, what have you, just going over to the live tab, you know what I'm saying, Legal Wars Lives, Picks and Parlays. You know what I'm saying? Episode 1, man. Episode number 1. I want to say good morning. Good morning. How are y'all doing? As y'all coming to the live stream, I ask if y'all will for me that y'all like the video. If you're on a cell phone, all you got to do is double tap the screen, subscribe to the channel, and make sure you guys hit that notification bell. We're going to go ahead and jump into the content this morning. Jasmine for Texas. This is episode number 3, man. You know what I'm saying? Before I do this, I want to go ahead and say, like, I'll just say, the episodes of Jasmine for Texas that I've done to this point so far, on the first episode of Jasmine for Texas, we went over a little political strategy, and I was talking about how important it was for Jasmine to be able to win Houston, Dallas, and Austin. Those 3 cities are really, really important for her in Texas. Also went over the fact, which, you know what I'm saying, has been covered, that Texas is primarily black or brown. You know what I'm saying? So that's fertile ground for a Democrat. You know what I'm saying? Episode 2, we kind of went over the same kind of thing, couple of different posts. Episode 3, well, I'm gonna go over what I think from me watching Jasmine and her campaign, what I think she needs to be doing today, right now. So if you guys have not liked the video, I ask that y'all double tap the screen as y'all come in, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell. I'm gonna go ahead and get started, man. You know what I'm saying? If I had one message for Jasmine Crockett, okay? Imagine if you was a political strategist, or imagine if you was just a regular person like you are, like I am, and you just wanted to say something to a politician. What would it be that you would say to him? You know what I'm saying? A politician who could do something to affect your life. If I had one message for Jasmine, it's to be yourself. To all of y'all politicians, I think that's why President Trump was so successful, because he's just himself. Did y'all see America bomb Venezuela? Okay, so we're familiar with that. America captured Maduro. We're familiar with that. Forget the politics for a second. What I'm saying is, after America captures Venezuela, they asked President Trump, who's going to run Venezuela? And he says, the United States is. What? What does that mean? The media of the world went into an uproar, which is understandable, but that's what I'm saying. He's just himself. He's just authentic. He just says what's on his mind, good, bad, or indifferent. I think that's the best advice you could give a candidate in 2026, because the people are tired of politics as usual. Y'all tell me where I'm wrong at. They're tired of being lied to. People are tired of being taken advantage of. Absolutely tired of it. It's like the voters, when they hear candidates talking, they know the candidates are lying. Don't you feel like that when you hear a candidate talking today? It's like when you hear them talking, you know that they're not telling the truth, man. And like I said, I think that's why President Trump did so well. The people wanted a politician to tell them the truth. And for that, Jasmine is definitely someone that shoots straight from the hip. And she needs to stay that way, because the people can see that and they're watching, man. I think the people that's something about, look, we're going to get into it a little bit, okay? We're going to get into it a little bit more. A little bit of political strategy. I'm going to start breaking things down. You know what I'm saying? Jasmine's running against James Tellerico. That's her main opponent, okay? So what I'm trying to say is, one thing I see about Jasmine that's different than Mr. Tellerico or any other candidate in this Senate race is that she's authentic and she's real. And that's very important in 2026. I like that. However, that being said, it's just tough for a Democrat in Texas, man. And that's just bottom line, man. Not that they can't win. It's just a certain way that you have to present yourself as a Democrat to win those red-leaning independents and swing voters in Texas. Man, listen, those swing voters in Texas, I'm saying they're like, even the swing voters are red. Even the independents are red. They're a light tilt red. It's just what it is. You got to understand that about Texas. I'm saying you have to have a conservative swag. You have to. As I say, there just has to be something about you that's different than the other Democrats. Somebody asked me if I think AOC could win in Texas. Sure. Even a statewide race. Sure. Because her being a Hispanic, which is the majority of the population in the state of Texas, 40% of the state of Texas, she fights for the people, and she's constantly fighting to put more money in your pockets, and she's been in Congress long enough for the people to see that. You see what I'm saying? That being said, I think it's the same thing for Jasmine. She is a fighter, and in my opinion, she probably isn't as progressive as AOC is. And in Texas, that works for her advantage. Trust me. So I believe she has to fight for those voters. And you do that by talking about what the voters care about. Look, I think Jazzy talked about Venezuela yesterday, and I was watching Jasmine yesterday, and I heard her talking about Venezuela yesterday. I think her talking about Venezuela yesterday, and look, don't get me wrong, what President Trump did, if you guys didn't hear, snatching Maduro from his presidential mansion, was bold and audacious, to say the least. And I know as a congressperson, it's her duty to cover all that stuff. But Jazzy, baby, we trying to reach the voters. And if we took a poll in Texas, I could promise you the majority of the voters in Texas support President Trump's move with Maduro. So what they might support or not support in Venezuela, they won't support them voting for a Democrat. They don't all agree with President Trump. Not everybody. But in my opinion, they won't go to that Democrat unless they know that Democrat is fighting to put more money in their pockets. You say, Ghost, what's that mean? What I mean in Texas, it's like the undecided or the independent. What I mean by they slightly red, because it's like if they on the fence, they going to fall on the right side. If they on the fence, they going to fall on the conservative side. You got to realize this about Texas, man. But what makes it different, in my opinion, the biggest difference is if that voter knows that candidate is going to fight for them. It don't matter what party they in. Thing is, when the voters go in the voting booth, even if it was in California or Chicago or a blue district, those voters are probably not going to vote on Venezuela. You got to realize this. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying if you are not in the middle of an election, I think it probably doesn't matter what we talk about or what you talk about. But I think because you are in the middle of an election cycle, I think every moment that you have, the primary in Texas, the voters, the Democrats, go to the polls in March the 3rd, bro, less than 60 days. Every moment that you have counts. Now, I don't think it really hurts as much in the Democratic primary right now. But what I'm trying to say is whether you agree with President Trump or not on Venezuela, what I'm saying is I don't believe the voters are voting on Venezuela. Can I ask you guys, when y'all go to the polls in the midterms, the first issue on your mind, will it be Venezuela? Or will it be the price of beef? When you go to the polls in November, what's on your mind? Will it be Venezuela or will it be the price of rent? The power grid, or public schooling. Those are issues that voters care about that affect them daily. Yeah, they are for or against the move in Venezuela, but Maduro doesn't affect our personal lives. And you have to understand this. The voters will not be voting on this kind of stuff. So if they aren't voting on it, and I'm not talking about it, Jasmine, that's point blank. At this point, I am consistently talking about what the voters care about. I think, listen, Jasmine said that her goal is to get and pull people to the polls who usually don't vote or who usually aren't part of this process. I'm saying you reaching them voters too. You're not going to reach them, in my opinion, by talking about Venezuela. I just do not think that, look, talking about Venezuela, that's just things that all the politicians care about. I mean, all the people in America, but I'm saying a voter, a regular average person who does not vote or does not care about politics, I promise you, they do not care about Venezuela whatsoever. And the people who do care about Venezuela, I don't think they're voting on Venezuela. That's just what I think. You know what I'm saying? I heard Jasmine say Mandami's name. Sure, he won back Democrats. You got to understand what Mandami did in New York now. What he did, listen, I don't take from what he did in New York. It was a humongous win. It was big. He's progressive, democratic socialist, first Muslim, all that good stuff. You can't take away from his win. But what you got to understand is he won back Democrats that President Trump won and blue leaning independents who crossed over and voted for President Trump. But Texas is a different beast. It's not New York. And President Trump lost New York, but won Texas and got 56% of the vote. He won Texas by double digits. So in my opinion, comparing Mandami's win in New York with the Democrat in Texas is just not the same. It's not, y'all. That's just the bottom line. That's just how I feel about it. How y'all feel about it? Y'all get in the comments. Come on, let me know. It's not the same. Even if there would not be spending time talking about something the voters aren't voting on, they probably either fully support President Trump on, or they don't care either way, but they lean towards Republicans or conservative views. So in my opinion, making the case for Maduro or against Maduro or for President Trump or against President Trump is not a winning strategy. That's for any Democrat who's in the election period right now. That's how I feel. Like certain stuff, if I was advising you, I just wouldn't be talking about it. I just don't see the benefit with the voters. That's the thing about Mandami. He stayed focused on the voters. I would stay focused on what they care about. Look, I'm in New York right now, okay? Congratulations to Mandami for that astronomical win. He's the mayor now, today, right now. Mandami is the mayor today of New York. And I seen him on TV, local TV. And he overturned some of Mayor Allen's orders. And they began attacking Mandami on his stance on Israel. And you know what he said? You know, he overturned some executive orders. You know, that's just what happens in politics. And so you got people on the sideline. They start saying, look at Mandami, he an Israel hater. He a Muslim. You voted for a Muslim. You know what he said? As his supporters were set to defend him on his stance on Israel, Mandami told his supporters and the media to focus on rent and the high cost of rent in New York. This is why Mandami won. He is consistently talking about what the voters care about. I'm trying to tell you, man, I told y'all this not too long ago. Look, so what happens is they have what you call that? Like a debate in New York. And at first, the first debate, there was like 18 candidates on stage. So they go around in a circle and they asking each one of the candidates, what if you could leave, go on a vacation or something like that, where would you go? And all of them were saying Israel. You see what I'm saying? And so Mandami haters, you know, he a Muslim. They think, oh yeah, this is a got you moment. You know what I'm saying? They running the same playbook on him they ran on President Obama, saying that he was a Muslim sympathizer, meaning that he couldn't protect Americans or Israeli Americans, you know, or New Yorkers, I should say, in Mandami's case. You know what Mandami said, man? They asked Mandami where he would go on vacation or a trip. You know what he said? He said, New York. I'll stay right here in my 5 barrels and I'll fix what's going on in New York. That's someone who's staying focused on what the voters care about. I think with a candidate like Mandami in Texas, you can make Republicans vote for Mandami in Texas. You ain't gonna hear nobody else say nothing like this, but Ghost got that kind of mind to be able to see that. I believe that. I believe you could get voters to vote, to cross over and vote for a candidate like Mandami in Texas. It's because what he talks about, he stays focused on what the voters care about. You know what I'm saying? That's what matters. Sure, Israel is important, but the most important issue to most voters in the city of New York, I promise you, is paying $2,000 a month in rent for a 300 square foot space. That's ridiculous and has been for years, and the voters know it, and they want a politician who would do something about it. Mandami talking about it, addressing it, and either getting a law passed or writing an executive order will endure the voters to him. That's what they care about. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Do you want a politician who's going to do something about in Venezuela or do something about the cost of beef? Because they're going to judge you off of what you're talking about. Say if you spend your time talking about foreign policy, okay? So the voters, like, you might be the best senator or the best politician for them to help them. They're not going to know or understand that. They're going to judge you off of what you're saying. And whether they believe you or not is one thing, but I'm saying if you constantly talking about I'm working and fighting for you, that's what I'm going to do. I know you're doing town halls on that. I'm saying that's what I'm going to do. My live streams on, that's what everything I say. I'm telling you, I study Mandami. I watched the boy. Every time he opened his mouth, he was talking about the cost of living. Every single time. I'm saying even when he pandered, you ask him about Venezuela, he'll say, oh, yes, well, I agree with President Trump or I disagree with President Trump. But what I think really matters is the cost of living in the city of New York. I'm telling you, bro, that's what you got to do, man. Non-stop. This is the United States of America. And in America, rent is too high. Gas is too high. Beef is too high. Buying and affording a house is not attainable. Only for a few. Access to the American dream, well, people have stepped on dreams and the voters, they voting on it. So Jasmine, sure, the voters want someone real and authentic, so stay yourself, babe. Continue to be who you are. However, first Saturday of the year, I know she on the campaign trail working. I seen her out there building coalitions with the Black community. That's exactly what she needs to be doing. In churches and restaurants and universities. That should be her first goal. Going into March is building coalitions and the base of your support. That's what she's doing. So yes, keep talking and building, but she has to reach new voters, younger voters, and those voters who she will start focusing on more in April after the Democratic primary. She will have to have her message sharp, really sharp. Having a sharp message is just to constantly, and I know it might be hard, but constantly focusing on the problems that the Texas voters care about. That lets them know you tuned in with them. If they hear you talking about their problem, y'all think about it. If you always say if you had a problem and you looking for a solution, and I say you got two people who you thinking about helping to solve your problem. And this one person always talking about some other stuff that you really don't care about. And you got this person over here is constantly talking about stuff that you care about and offering solutions for your problems. I'm saying, who you going to support? If they hear you constantly talking about that problem, they know you zoomed in on it. They might think you might really be trying to fix it. You know what I'm saying? Don't just say that the energy grid is a problem and it needs to be fixed. Come up with a solution to fix it in Texas. Don't just tell people that groceries are too high. I'm saying tell them your Texas plan to put more money in their pockets. The average voter doesn't even understand the role of government or what a senator is supposed to do. So when you campaigning, you have to understand this. As a senator, you can only do so much and with the voters. I mean, but do the voters know this? Probably not. The best thing to do is constantly talk about the things that they care about. Y'all, I promise you, let the voters know that their problems are your problems. Take ownership of them. Ask them what they care about the most. And those issues you need to constantly address. You know what I'm saying? That lets them know you tuned in with their problems and you willing to fight for them. This is how a Democrat wins a statewide race in Texas, letting the voters know you will be more beneficial to them than the Republicans who are running. Can y'all get that, man? Does that make sense to y'all? You see what I'm saying? That's how you gonna reach that voter, man. That voter has to know that you tuned into them and their problem. They have to know that. And I'm saying the only way they gonna know that is by hearing about what you talking about. Listen, I don't think certain issues, it just does not benefit a Democrat to address. Not in this race in Texas. I'm telling you, if you don't listen, I want to see Jasmine win. Forget a Democrat. I want to see her win. And I'm telling you, this is the strategy to win. And listen to my logic. Listen, you have independents, the independents or the moderates, I would say, or the swing voters in Texas who do not vote, or even those voters you said that would support a Democrat, but they don't talk or do. Look, this is what I'm saying. In Texas, they gonna fall to the right. And we start talking about Venezuela, and I don't know anything about politics. What I'm saying is, in the state of Texas, there's a really good chance that if I don't know anything about politics, we talking about Venezuela, I'm going to be standing over there with where President Trump and the Republicans are standing. Can you see that? It's that type of, when you run, that's why a Democrat hadn't won in 30 years, because that concept, they cannot understand that. You don't have to be a Republican. Jasmine will never be a Republican. Jasmine will never be a particular type of candidate. She'll never be a James Tellerico. And to me, that's a beautiful thing. I'm not hating on James Tellerico, but when I look at him, I see a lot of politicians. When I look at Jasmine Crockett, how many politicians you know like Jasmine Crockett? When I look at Jasmine, I see something authentic and real, something like kind of like what the Republicans or conservatives looked at when they seen President Trump. People want that authenticity. They want that realness. They want a fighter who will fight for them. But I'm saying, like, if I'm on the fence and I don't love Jasmine and I'm in Texas, when you in California, it's different. When you in New York, it's different. And when you in Chicago, it's different. But an independent in Texas is not the same as an independent in New York City. You have to understand this. In New York City, if you are independent, you probably still gonna end up voting blue. In Texas, if you are independent, you probably gonna vote red. It's a humongous difference between the independents. What I'm saying, if I'm an independent in Texas and I'm unsure, there's so many sources right around me immediately for me to get an opinion on Venezuela from. But I'm saying, as a person, as a human, me understanding the psyche of a voter's not, most average voters, they don't care nothing about Venezuela. So I'm saying, if they fall, the independents where they gonna fall in the state of Texas is they usually gonna fall. But I'm saying, if you talking about something they know about and they care about, they're passionate about, that's how you win them. You got to stay on course, man. And you got to stay the course, and you got to stay talking about what they care about. Guys, if y'all have not liked the video, I ask that y'all like the video, subscribe to the channel. Make sure y'all hit that notification bell. Also, guys, everyone is welcome on this channel. I know it's Jasmine for Texas. I know I'm trying to help Jasmine win that Senate seat, but I welcome Republicans too, independents and Democrats. I just ask y'all be respectful to each other. Jump down in the comments and let your voices be heard. Also, guys, if you guys want to give a gift to the channel, you want to start a conversation, have your comment read, anything like that, just hit the button below with the $sign in it, and your donations are truly appreciated. So we do got a news story. The news story was published by the Texas Tribune, and it was published on December the 8th. The reason why I'm going over this news story, though, is, and it's a little bit older, there's going to be newer polls to come out. It's just going to be a snapshot. You know what I'm saying? Looking at these polls in Texas, what's going on in Texas in the Senate race is just a snapshot of what's going on in the race, okay? So let's get it. I looked at other polls. We'll go over some of the other polls. I don't think they're as important in the primaries, especially in the Democratic primary. We just need to see the big number between Jasmine and James. Let's get into it. U.S. Representative Jasmine Crockett leads State Representative James Tellerico by 8 percentage points in the Democratic primary for U.S. Senate. Now, as I said, you might have a different poll. That poll might have Jasmine up by 10. You might have a poll with Jasmine up by 5. But I'm just saying, in the poll that we're going to go by, according to the Texas Tribune, this is the poll Jasmine's leading James by 8 points, okay? The statewide survey conducted by Texas Southern University from Tuesday through Thursday found 51%, remember, this is the middle of December, okay, of likely Democratic voters plan to support Crockett in March primary. 43% intended to vote for Tellerico, with 6% of the voters unsure. Okay, the poll, which fielded 1,600 likely Democratic primary voters, is just the first public survey conducted. It's only the first one, and released since Crockett jumped in the race and former U.S. Representative Colin Allred dropped out on Monday, the candidate filing deadline. So if you guys are familiar with these politics, you know this poll has been a little while, okay? Crockett says she entered the race after seeing polling that shows she could win the general election in November, regardless of who the Republican nominee might be, though she has not released those numbers. The Dallas Congresswoman, who has made a national name for herself as a fiery, quick-witted fighter against Republicans, has argued that she is the best candidate to turn Texas around and turn Texas blue, but tend not to, and also for voters who tend not to vote. Tellerico, a progressive aspiring Presbyterian minister, okay? That is a combination. Meanwhile, has focused his campaign more on building a broader coalition and winning support from infrequent voters, in addition to more moderate or right-leaning Texas. Man, I just believe that coalition, I think, can win in Texas. And I think Jasmine can get that coalition without how you say sacrificing or jeopardizing who she is. Look, I don't know if you guys know anything about music, but they had a thing about musicians, like when they go to sign a record deal, the record deal has an image of what they want them to be, because the record deal trying to sell music. But the artists, you know, they want to make money. Everybody want to be famous and rich, but their big thing is, the artist's big thing is being authentic and delivering authentic art. So I think this is the situation with Jasmine is Jasmine like, hey, Ghost, or anybody, I'm not going to let anybody come and tell me to be anybody besides who I am, to be myself, to be authentic. And I think that's the thing. She wants to stay authentic in who she is. And I think that's important. I think that's key. And I agree. But what I'm saying, you can still be authentic. You can be authentically jazzy, authentically Jasmine, authentically Democrat, and Republicans can hear what you're saying and they can be impressed with you. You can be an authentic Democrat and Republicans can hear what you're saying and want to vote for you. You don't believe that? I'm saying you don't have to pander. You could be authentic and real. It's just what you're talking about. That's all it is. It's just all about the conversation you having. That's all it's about. Look, this is what I'm saying. So say I got a crush on Jasmine. Yeah, Jasmine, I'm going to use you for example. So say I got a crush on Jasmine, right? And say I want to go hang out with Jasmine. And when she come get up with me, like all I'm talking about is gangster stuff. Oh, yeah, man, I've been to prison. Oh, yeah, I went down there. I did A, B, C, D, E, F, G, F, I. You see what I'm saying? So I'm saying if that's all if you don't know me and that's all you hear me talking about, I'm saying what you going to think about me? Who you going to think I am? You see what I'm saying? But I'm saying if all you hear me talking about is love and God, then I'm saying what's she going to think about me then? If all a Texas voter here, I don't care. This how you be who you are and be authentic. I don't care who, if you were Barack Obama. That's what I'm saying. If they're not gonna vote for you, why are you talking to them anyway? Listen to me. Because I'm trying to get to a point. Listen, if that voter is not gonna vote for you, why would you be talking to him anyway? If once she becomes the senator of all 30 million residents of Texas, then yes, she has to reconcile with people who didn't vote for her. But I'm saying at this point right now, I'm running for a Senate seat and I'm in a primary and I'm trying to win voters. So I'm saying, why does she have to talk to people who not going to vote for her anyway? Why would you talk? That's a waste of time and money. I don't care how any other political strategists do it. So I'm not saying that you be advocating or that. I'm saying when you having your speech and when you reaching out to voters, campaign rallies, I'm saying when you doing this, I'm saying you talking to voters who you could reach, who will listen to you and will consider you. And that is how not Mandami will win in New York. I'm talking about how can Mandami win in Texas. I'm not talking about how Barack Obama can get Trump voters to vote for him in Pennsylvania. I'm saying, how can Barack Obama get Trump voters to vote for him in Texas? It's a difference. You got to understand that. Certain states, you could go 50-50. And I'm telling you, go to the states, you live in the states, you could tell. Michigan is a 50-50 state. Michigan can be a red state, and it is a red state in a lot of places, and Michigan can be a blue state, and it's a blue state in a lot of places. 50-50 proposition. Pennsylvania is the same way. Some of these states, you saying Texas could be a 50-50 proposition. It can be, but it has not been for 30 years. So you got to show me that it can be. That's what's a running strategy. You got to show that winning strategy. Guys, if y'all have not liked the video, I ask that y'all like the video, subscribe to the channel. Make sure y'all hit that notification bell. According to the Texas Southern poll, Crockett's lead was built on her overwhelming support from Black voters, with 89% planning to support her and just 8% behind Tellerico. At that same time, almost half of Black voters, 47%, said they did not know enough about Tellerico. I think that's where Jasmine's her power grid is with the Black voters. That's just the bottom line. Of course, Jasmine for Texas, episode 4. On episode 4, we're going to be talking more about Jasmine reaching out to Hispanic voters. But I said with her power grid, in my opinion, it is with the Black vote. That's her base. You know what I'm saying? So her reaching out to her base right now, when she's about to be doing a Democratic primary at the 1st of March. It's not wrong with that. That's what she's supposed to be doing. Okay? Tallarico managed to keep Crockett's margin to single digits by maintaining higher support among white and Latino voters, holding double-digit leads with those groups over Crockett. Jasmine, we got to work on them Latino voters and them white voters. That's what I'm saying, man. You want to look. If Tallarico is doing, he's got a broader coalition. He's trying to reach everybody. I'm saying I'm trying to do the same thing too. I'm going to build my base with the black people. If I'm Jasmine, then I'm going to go to the Latinas, then I'm going to go to the whites, and I'm going to state my case. I'm going to be talking about what they care about. You see what I'm saying? I'm saying I don't know who's running Jasmine's campaign, but I could get them to vote for her. She just got to say identify what they care about. Tallarico, who is 36, also had a 29-point lead over Crockett, 44, among young people between ages of 18 and 34. That's a constituency that Jasmine will need in a general election, okay? While Crockett led the Austin State Representative by 25 points among voters over the age of 55. So if Jasmine got voters over 55 and she's got the black vote in the Democratic primary, that's why she's winning. James, see, that's the thing too. Like, all of this I'm telling you about is a general election, a statewide election in the state of Texas for Senate, okay? What I'm saying is what Jasmine is doing, though, you talking about a Democratic primary, that's totally different. That older voter and that black voter, I'm saying it's going to be hard for him to overcome that. Sure, Tallarico is only 36, but Jasmine's only 35. This is my analysis, okay? So that 29-point lead Tallarico has with young people is alarming for me for the general election. Look, this is what I care. That's why I told y'all about my picks. And one thing you will know about Ghostwriter, that's why I picked those football picks, to show you. That's in my cases, I like winning, bro. My cases, I like winning. Go Google ameliorate legal. Research my business. Research the cases I filed. I only got 2 cases that I ever lost that went to a conclusion. One of the cases, you can't even research it because I ghost wrote for a client. So I'm saying something with my name on it. I'm just a paralegal, y'all. I'm not an attorney. Something with my name on it. You can only find one conclusion with an L on that with my name on it. As a paralegal going up against attorneys, I want to win. I bring that attitude if I'm picking sports teams. I pick 5 NFL teams, not one of them lost. Who does that? I want to win. That mentality. And if I'm giving you advice, Jasmine, that's why I do them sports teams, to let y'all politicians know y'all not listening to Ghost, but Ghost be talking about. Y'all didn't even know I could pick a sports team. I just did that to show you I could predict stuff. I can see stuff. If I could do that with and understand the complexity of picking 2 sports, who gonna win, not just picking a game, I'm talking picking all the games right. You understand that? I'm saying I could see the same thing in politics. I understand this race. I understand what it takes for a Democrat to win in Texas, statewide in Texas. You don't have to be like the Democrat who won in Miami and just wait for, it's just our time, it's just our year, this is just our year. That's lucky stuff. Win, lose, or that's you gonna win by luck. I don't want to win by luck. I want to, when I go into an event or that's how my mind works. I prepare or I pick or I do. My advice is for you to win by a landslide. That's what I believe in. So I'm gonna do everything it takes. Everything. Whatever makes me uncomfortable, my candidate makes her uncomfortable. Baby, I'm here with you. I'm rocking with you. I got your back, but we trying to win. It's about winning. You see what I'm saying? It's all about W's. Jasmine will probably feel comfortable and will win comfortably in the Democratic primary. But going into the general election, the Democrats and Jasmine will need to rely on those younger voters. These are voters who are new to the electorate. Turn them out, have them show up for her. If she will perform well on November 1st, or excuse me, in November, I have said she has to start touching college campuses. This is strategy right here, Jasmine. This is political advice. I think you need to be doing this yesterday, baby. I would start doing rally after rally at the college campuses, at HBCUs, building up those volunteers, building up momentum. As I said on episode 2 of Jasmine for Texas, I think she needs a minimum of 10,000 volunteers. A minimum. 100,000. I'm just playing, but 25,000 for real. 10 to 25,000 volunteers is what I would be aiming for. Literally start at the HBCUs. All those young black females will look at Jasmine and identify with her and support her. So sure, she is doing great with the older voters, but she needs to start reaching out to the younger voters because she really needs them to support her going into the general election. I don't think there is advice. I think she don't have an option to follow this. I think she has to do this. She needs to build momentum and she needs volunteers. So cutting into Tellerico's lead with the youth, that will let me know Jasmine is making inroads with that group that she has to perform well with in the general election, okay? Now back to the news. Crockett has a universal name recognition. Likely voters reckon 94% of them recognize her. Only 7% or 79%, excuse me, recognize Tellerico. In a statement, Tellerico's campaigns argued that the polls showed the Austin Democrat was in a strong position to win. This is a single digit race, before any money has been spent, a Tellerico spokesman said. Polling consistently shows that the more people get to know James, the more they support him as voters hear his message on talking about the billionaire mega donors and their puppet politicians. James will earn their support and win. Crockett's campaign, meanwhile, argued that the strategy confirmed she was in the best position to mobilize voters who've been overlooked, ignored, and excluded. Getting those voters to show up and make their voices heard is the only way for a Democrat to win in Texas. And Jasmine, I agree with you, baby. But in order for you to get them to show up, you got to be talking about something they care about. You got to get them mad, Jasmine. You got to get them caring about, you got to give them a cause, start a movement. You see what I'm saying? And I'm saying, like us, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but Venezuela, man, ain't none of us really care about Venezuela. That's just truthfully. You might care, you not, unless you Venezuelan or Hispanic, you are not about to vote because President Trump removed Maduro. You can't even pronounce his name. The average person, that's what I'm trying to say, man. You know? There's a cross-section of voters, and I will keep working to grow this winning coalition and bring people into the process and uplift every voice. I love that so much, Jasmine. I love it. I love it. I love it. If you guys have not liked the video, I ask that y'all like the video. If you're on a cell phone, all you got to do is double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Make sure y'all hit that notification bell. Also, guys, everyone is welcome in this stream. I welcome you guys, Republicans, Independents, and Democrats. Jump down in the comment section, man. Let y'all voices be heard. And guys, if y'all want to donate to the channel, if you want to give a gift, super chat, super thanks, super stickers. If you want to start a conversation, have your comment highlighted, have it read, hit the button with the $ in it, and your donations are much appreciated. Guys, this is just my thoughts, okay? Looking at every poll against a Republican candidate, Tellerico is winning. And that has to mean something to you, Jasmine. Sure, in my opinion, and what I know, is that Jasmine is a stronger and better candidate. I don't care what y'all think. She is a stronger and better candidate than Tellerico. Trust me. But the fact that Tellerico wins every poll should let Jasmine know that the Democrats truly have a chance, but she has to be more serious about her chance, and most importantly, the Texas electorate. There is no doubt in my mind, not only can she win, she should win. She is the most popular politician in Texas outside of Ted Cruz and Governor Abbott. And nationally, she is the most popular, if not Ted Cruz, in some polls. So being conscious of this is important, because understanding the minds of the voters is how you win. The fact that she is within the margin of error with Paxton and Hunt, but losing to Conan by the same amount of points she's leading Tellerico in the primary, should tell her everything she needs to know. Sure, be yourself and be authentic. However, she has to understand the real life voters in Texas if she wants to win. Don't care how it sounds, how it feels, or how it seems. All I care about is winning. That being said, her strategy currently is to be signing volunteers. Sign them, sign them, sign them. Period. She should be looking to have 10,000 volunteers signed up by March, and that's very achievable, being that her opponent in the Democratic primary, Tellerico, claims that he already has 10,000 volunteers signed up. Maybe that's why he does so well in the polling against Republicans, because it is important for a Democrat running to not only run a campaign, but to build a movement. You can't build a movement without people, and a whole lot of them. In my opinion, she needs 25,000 volunteers across the state of Texas going into October in order to canvass the entire state, to work the phones, to knock the doors, and to bus people to the polls. She needs 25,000 volunteers, because at times only a quarter or so of your volunteers will show up, and you still need the manpower to get the job done. She needs 25,000 volunteers, because that's 25,000 people across Texas moving together with the same voice. 25,000 people working to have their voices heard and to bring change in Texas. That's what she needs to represent. And in order to do that, she has to have a cause that the voters care about. So if I'm running her campaign, she has a 2-week tour across all the HBCUs yesterday. I'm saying, if I'm not mistaken, Texas has the largest HBCU student population, and she needs to turn out the youth vote. And those voters she talks about that feels as though their voices aren't being heard or would never vote, a lot of them are at the HBCU. Not only are the HBCUs important voters, I think it's fertile ground to start signing up them volunteers. I mean, at Prairie Valley State University, there's over 5,000 female students, and if Jasmine has a rally and promote it right, I think at least 1,500 to 25 of them will show up, and she'll be able to sign 800 to 1,000 volunteers in one visit to one campus. If she tours all 9 campuses with rallies, she will be able to sign up thousands of volunteers. I'm thinking in the 5,000 range. That'll be powerful to me, not only to reach new voters, but to start and build a movement in which she could be their voice. I think the movement building is key. She should reach out to the Hispanic community as well. Some sort of methods we'll talk about on the next episode of Jasmine for Texas. But I think now she should start with the HBCUs right now. Black voters are key in Democratic primaries, and she won't only need these voters to turn out to beat Tellerico in March, but what she will need them as well, and a lot more to beat the Republican in November. It'll take her some time to build her entire coalition, but starting out with the black community makes the most sense because that's who will likely support her the most, and she needs them to turn out for her big time. And guys, one last thing before I jump down in the comments. It's been about an hour. We've been getting at it, okay? I think she's doing what she needs to be doing, but next week we will look into strategies on how to court the young Hispanic vote. I'm saying, Jasmine, baby, if you listening, this is so important. I know Beto did a good job and almost beat Ted Cruz, but that was in 2018 Texas, and this is 2026 Texas. It's been almost a decade, and you have to be very mindful of that. Sure, you can use a lot of his or some of his strategy, but you have to tweak in it. And it can't be the exact same because, for one, he came up short with the strategy. And for number two, it's been almost a decade. Also, Beto is not a female. And truth of the matter is, Texas has to be ready in order for this to work because they act as though they aren't ready for female leadership. And that's just not Texas. That's only been a few females elected to the U.S. Senate in 200-year history of this country. Once again, that tells you what you need to know. She has to approach this from a precise angle in order for it to work. And the only thing I want to do is to see you win, Jasmine. So I hope you listening. And I hope you choose to follow Ghost's advice, because if you do, you win. If you guys have not liked the video, I ask that y'all like the video, subscribe to the channel. Make sure y'all hit that notification bell, guys, through all of that information that I just read. One thing I did want to comment on is James Tellerico said it's a single-digit race before any money is spent in the race. James, I just have to say that's not all the way right, man. Like, James has been spending a whole lot of money in this race. Maybe not a lot of money, but how you get 10,000 volunteers? You've been doing rallies. How long is James? I don't know. I'm not in Texas currently. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, how long James Tellerico been doing rallies or been trying to get out there and get people together? Because I'm saying Jasmine just announced a few weeks ago. You see what I'm saying? She just now getting her momentum started. So acting like Tellerico, like, to me, he's saying like he coming into the race, like, ain't nobody really know me and I'm only 10 points down from her. Nah, that's not authentic, James. You've been out there getting it in. Like you said, you got 10,000 volunteers. So you've been out there trying to build a coalition and do all kind of other stuff, man. That's what you've been out there doing, James. That's real talk. You know what I'm saying? And while you've been doing that, Jasmine hadn't even announced that she's running. So for him to have the support that he has right now in the Democratic primary, he worked for that. Trust and believe. She just now starting to pretty much get out there and campaign with the Democrats in the Democratic primary, building her coalition. But what I'm saying, for James to get those people that he got, he worked for that. Guys, if you guys have not liked the video, I ask that y'all like the video, subscribe to the channel, and make sure you guys hit that notification bell. Also, guys, I just want to let you know, man, like, look, sports picks, if you guys are into sports picks, I give you guys sports picks and parlays every Saturday, 7 a.m. Eastern time. Your boy Big Ghost Rider, he 5-0, man. You feel that? He undefeated. So make sure y'all check that out. Man, it's been about an hour, man. You know what I'm saying? We've been live streaming. You know what I'm saying? Y'all give me just a second. I gotta get the idiots off the channel. I got one idiot on the channel, and he didn't message about 80. He put 3 messages on the channel, y'all. So y'all forgive me. Let me get that. Let me get that fool off the channel. So, guys, we got about 2 more hours. We got about 2 more hours of streaming to go this morning, guys. We got about 2 more hours of streaming to go. I don't know what, like, you know what I'm saying? It ain't even that many people on this channel, bro. You know what I'm saying? Go do what you got to do. Whatever you got to do in your life. But this morning, for the next 2 hours, I'm finna be on YouTube. That's what I'm about to do right now. So, guys, let me see. Somebody gonna come on here. Oh, Doris says the Seattle Seahawks won. He said, "Let's go." So I guess they was on the stream, guys. Like I said, picks and parlays. You know what I'm saying? I was giving them my picks. I told them that Seattle was gonna win, and Seattle win. But like, you know, that's what I'm trying to tell them, George. Every single team that I said that was gonna win so far won. You know what I'm saying? I said 5 NFL teams was gonna win. All 5 of them went. Before that, before I went on record saying 2 college teams was gonna win too. Ole Miss, I called Ole Miss winning, and I said Indiana on the money line. You know what I'm saying? But I never did a live stream because I missed Picks and Parlays episode 1. I never did a live stream on that. You know what I'm saying? So I started the live stream though this weekend in that first episode, but from them 2 picks plus these 5 NFL picks means I picked 7 teams and I have not lost 1 pick. If you had a 7-leg parlay with $100, you would have won. You feel me? I ain't lost 1 pick, man. What's up, Donnie? He says, I don't agree with you about Texas, but that's ridiculous. Can't trolls be original? I understand that too. Donnie, what you don't agree with me about Texas? I'm trying to understand it. Like, I really want to understand it. I think the only way, like, okay, look, this is what I'm saying. The candidate that she is will work in the state. I want you to understand what I'm saying and comprehend what I'm saying. I said when I first started the live stream, look, I hate to say this, but this will help me understand. You get what I'm trying to say. Can y'all say that Jasmine is a female black Donald Trump? No, Jasmine will say you crazy. She'd be like Ghost, like, you know what I'm saying? She got her opinions about him. But what I'm saying is that Jasmine is a female who will just tell you the truth. She just will be real. She'll be authentic. I think that works in the state of Texas. I think that works nationwide. The person that she is, but it's just the message that she's delivering. Listen, it's your strategy too. If you are targeting what she is doing right now, what she should be doing is she building her coalition. She doing black churches. She should be. Point blank period. She's doing black businesses, which she should be. That's her coalition. She's building her coalition. It's a Democratic primary. And if you don't understand a Democratic primary in the state of Texas, is she a female, a Democratic primary with the black voters and older voters? Those three segment of voters, how Tellerico gonna overcome that in a Democratic primary? What I'm saying is Tellerico gonna get what? 300,000 voters that we weren't counting on between 18 and to show up. Like, I'm just saying, bro, it's almost impossible. Like, her in the Democratic primary, I understand what she's doing, but I'm saying in a general election across the state of Texas, I'm just saying this is the way I would run my campaign. If you saying, listen, how you that Jasmine Crockett is gonna make those votes, that's a gamble now. That's a gamble. I'm not saying that she won't. Trust me, they will go vote. There's certain voters that's gonna vote for her that wouldn't vote for Beto. I'm one of them. I vote for her. I wouldn't vote for Beto. That's what I'm saying. So I understand that and I agree with that, but I'm saying that's enough voters to be, if that's enough voters to be Paxton or Conan, I'm saying, like, how you doing with them in the poll? You know, the Democrat that does the best in the poll, they got a wider coalition. The wider your coalition, the better. So, Donnie, I want to see what she's saying about. She says, I'm a conservative, so I don't support Crockett. It's that simple. But I'm saying, Donnie, that's because you a whole, listen, you a whole, I'm not talking about her going after Republican voters. That's what I'm saying. You know, bro, look, thank you, because, Donnie, I'm going to give you the next live stream. How many voters in Texas vote Republican who are not affiliated with the Republican Party? That swath of voters, I definitely would be aimed with them. Because I'm wondering, if you were in Texas and you vote Republican, but you're not affiliated with the Republican Party, there's a reason why you won't sign on the dotted line with the party. And if that voter's consistently voting not Republican but not affiliated with that party, those kind of voters, I'm saying I'm gonna shoot at them too. I'm saying I'm a conservative, but I'll vote for Jasmine. I'm not a Republican. I have conservative views, but I will vote and support Jasmine. Some conservatives will never vote for a Democrat. That's true. That's factual. But I'm saying, if that's the case, why Tellerico is beating Paxton in the poll? Tellerico beating Paxton by about 3 or 4 points in the poll. He beating Hunt. Tellerico is beating every last one of them Republicans in the poll. Why? You explain that to me. If it's just about being a conservative and a Democrat, see, if you want to be like that, I'm gonna tell you what it's about to win. Because if you trying to act like, why Tellerico, listen to me now, why Tellerico beating all them in the poll? Ain't nobody even really know Tellerico. Why he beating them in the polls? That makes sense to y'all. Who in this stream know Texas State Representative James Tellerico? A lot of y'all probably do, because a lot of y'all watching this probably from Texas. But I'm saying there's a lot of us who know James Tellerico. You go to Michigan and you ask them who James Tellerico, it could be a Democrat. They're going to laugh at you. It could be a Democrat in the Michigan Democratic Party. Do you understand that? It ain't like he got a name. They know Jasmine. If you know politics, you know Jasmine. But why is James that tell you everything you need to know? You cannot tell me that race don't play a part in politics in the state of Texas. You can't tell me that it's only about conservative and liberal view. Nah, it's a lot more to that in the state of Texas, Donnie. It's a lot more to that, Donnie. If you a conservative, Donnie, who wouldn't vote for Jasmine, you just one who wouldn't vote for her. And I'm not saying that she gonna reach all conservatives or a whole lot of conservatives. Donnie, like I said, if you wouldn't vote for her, she shouldn't even be talking to you. I'm not trying to talk to conservatives. I'm not trying to talk to Republicans. That's not who I'm trying to talk to. I'm not trying to talk to Republicans and conservatives. Don't get me wrong. Like y'all misunderstanding me. I never said Jasmine should be trying to reach Republicans. I said independents. Because you know what an independent, y'all listen to me now. Y'all know what I call an independent in the state of Texas? A Republican. Hey, a rebellious Republican. That's what I call an independent in the state of Texas. You know what I call a swing voter in the state of Texas? A mad Republican. You know what I call a Democrat in the state of Texas? A disenfranchised Republican. You get what I'm saying? In my state, in my mind, even the Democrats in Texas got Republican views on certain issues. You just ghost? No, I live in these states. I don't visit New York. I lived in New York. I didn't visit Michigan. I lived in Michigan. I didn't visit Florida. I've lived in Florida. I didn't visit Tennessee. I lived in Tennessee. I didn't visit Texas. I lived in Texas. I don't care if you've been to 50 states. How many of them you lived in? I mean, lived in. I lived in these states. I know these states. I know the politics of these states. I know these people. I know the politics of the people. I'm just trying to be real with you. And Texas just a different animal, a different beast. Ain't nobody know James Tellerico. But he beating Cronin. How he beating the sitting senator Tellerico? How he beating Paxton? Tellerico beating Trump Jr. in Texas. How? And nobody really even know him. But Jasmine's not in the polling. That's what I'm saying. Either the polling off or something is off with that picture. And I think I got a good idea of what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? I got a good idea what it is. Donnie says, I can explain the polls. They are focused on Austin and Dallas, which have low rates for Republican responses. So, man, I wish Jasmine was here. Donnie, I don't know how much I agree with that. You know what I'm saying? But if you're saying Dallas got a low rate of Republican responses, I guess you could say Austin do too. But I mean, also you could say Austin will have a higher rate of Republican responses than definitely Dallas and Houston. Definitely. But I'm saying, Donnie, if you want to say that, you talking about Tellerico's polls or not Jasmine's polls, you talking about Tellerico's polls. Because I'm saying, listen, even if you take Tellerico and you say all his polls are authentic or all his polls are right, he's not going to beat Jasmine in that Democratic primary. I'm sorry. And if anybody who's a fan of James Tellerico or who's supporting James Tellerico and that movement that young man has in Texas, I'm just sorry he's not beating Jasmine in that Democratic primary. That's not because I support Jasmine. That's just because that's what's not finna happen. Not in Texas. It's not going to happen. A different day, a different show, a different everything. James Tellerico ain't beating James in no Democratic primary. That's said and done. So I'm saying, understanding that, Donnie, from that perspective, that's what I'm talking about, that polls, because I don't want to say this, but I'm saying maybe it's because he a man and she a woman, but and nobody don't know who he is. You saying that's a good thing? How is that a good thing for you? Jasmine is gonna make a Republican. You can listen to me. I done thought it all out, non-ghost, bro. I'm telling you, that's how I picked the team, the NFL. I'm trying to show in politics. You gotta just listen. Look, so you telling me that? So I'm gonna go vote. Because I don't know who James Tellerico is, okay? But he beating Jasmine in all the polls. Ain't nobody know who he is. But you talking about this stuff, well, she more famous probably than Ted Cruz, and I'm telling you. She popping. But you saying that she losing in the polls, in all the polls, she losing to all the candidates in the Republican field, but she beating James Tellerico. That don't make no sense at all. Oh, she popular among. If what you listen, if this stuff is accurate, what her argument is correct, because if she's popular enough, listen to me. If she's popular enough amongst Democrats to have an 8-point lead over the guy who beats every Republican in every poll. She loses to, that candidate, Republicans are not going to go to the polls and vote in Texas midterms because of Jasmine Crockett, or they don't like Jasmine Crockett. If listen, Karl Rove, any of y'all Republicans, you on the loony being trained if you thinking that in a midterm, you think this ain't no presidency. You talking about a midterm election with a congresswoman running for Senate, a senator's race in the state of Texas. I know they do have a governor's race, so Governor Abbott's going to pull some people to the polls. But what I'm saying is that they're not going to go to the polls just to vote against Texas. I mean, to vote against Jasmine. No. Those Republicans, a lot of them ain't even going to show up. Because they upset. That's what that's the thing. Look, Jasmine, there's a lot of things that she's saying though is right. She got the right view on it. So Beto in 2018, during the midterm, he almost beat Ted Cruz because a lot of those Republicans didn't even show up. They're not finna go vote in no midterms. You thinking that all the Republicans going to show up to vote in the Texas midterm because Jasmine's on the ballot? No, that's not going to happen. You going to have more people who showing up because they mad because their health insurance than triple. That's how you going to get people to the polls. The Republicans, they either here nor there. President Trump in the White House, you got people who supporting Governor Abbott, they voting. Conan gonna have his supporters, Paxton gonna have his supporters, whichever one of them win, or Wesley Hunt, whichever one. They all gonna have their supporters who will show up and vote for them. But I'm saying overall, thinking that there's gonna be a huge influx of Republicans in the midterms in the state of Texas, I think you are highly delusional. That's why what other reason would I believe that the ground is right for her to win? Everything she's saying on her side is right. Name recognition, she right about that. She has an opportunity to grow the electorate. Everything she's saying is right. She could do it better than James Tellerico. This is my mentality on it. Listen, tell me if I'm wrong or right. So they look. I ain't hating on President Obama. You know what I'm saying? I got mad love, mad respect for President Obama, okay? Say President Obama from a Democratic think tank. Or just any James Carville, any Democratic strategist or genius you know. Say from over on that side from a Democratic think tank, he look at James Tellerico and he look at Jasmine Crockett, okay? And he look at those polls and he see Tellerico. He like, man, this is a 36, 39-year-old Presbyterian, but he progressive. You know what I'm saying? He a good voice. He in the state house. You know, they saying all these nice things and he doing good. He doing good in the polls against these other candidates. I think James Tellerico is just a young version of Beto. I don't think he's going to get you over the top. I really believe that Karl Rove is, I might be wrong, but Karl Rove, I think you should be scared of Jasmine because if she runs a disciplined Mandami-like campaign, she is a type of candidate that could flip that state. You see what I'm saying? Look, Colin Allred, he lost by Ted Cruz by a whole lot, but to me, that was more of his campaign strategy. A lot of people had big things for Colin, but Colin only went to how many counties Colin went to? I think, Donnie, that was Colin's campaign strategy, and I think Jasmine can make the same mistake. You're not supposed to be talking to Republicans. Don't get me wrong. Don't let nobody put words in Ghost's mouth, baby. I never said talk to no Republican. Why would you try to campaign to somebody who you cannot win? Like Donnie said, I'm a conservative and I'm not voting for no Democrat. We not even having conversations with Donnie. That's not the voter I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Donnie. And it's no offense to you, Donnie. Like, I'm just trying to make my point. I'm glad you spoke up and you said that because that lets me explain my point. Because some people have been trying to say, I said she should be reaching out to Republican voters. That's not what I'm saying. You just got to understand where I'm coming from. I understand this picture. Maybe I'm just explaining it in a way that you cannot understand. So I'm going to keep talking about it so we can get it straight. I believe that independent, I don't look at a Texas independent as being independent unless they've never voted before. But if they never voted before, why are they an independent and not a Democrat? You see what I'm saying? If you register, if a voter want to go vote and he not going to register with a party, most of the time they going to register with a party. Say he don't want to register in Texas, I still count him as a Republican or a leaning Republican. A swing voter, quote unquote, I don't know if there's a such thing in Texas, but it might be. I count them as Republicans. That's what I'm saying. I look at them as Republicans. So when I say that she's trying to I'm saying in Texas, an independent to Ghost is a Republican. But that's who I'm talking about. I'm talking about somebody who isn't affiliated like Donnie. He might call himself a conservative. I call myself a conservative, but I'm not affiliated with the Republican Party. It's a reason why. Them the voters that I was talking about. And like she said, the voters who voted like for Mandami and for Trump, the voters who voted for President Obama and for Trump, those voters in Texas who voted for Joe Biden and Trump, that's what I'm saying. Texas is a different place than those places where those voters voted at, Donnie. And that's just, but I appreciate you jumping in the stream and you saying that. Somebody says to win Texas, you have to be able to turn. Oh, golly, you saying, see there, that's why I need y'all in the chat. That's what I'm trying to say. You saying what I'm trying, you gotta turn out rural voters, period. You gotta turn out rural voters and to win Texas. Look, this is what I'm saying. I went the very first episode of Jasmine for Texas. I'm trying to draw a strategy, an effective winning strategy. I'm not trying to go back and be arguing about who we need to be reaching. Real talk. On the first, or if she could get 100% of the people in Austin and Houston and Dallas to vote, 100% of them to vote, or if you only count 100% of Dallas, Houston, and Austin's vote, your margins, what's your margins in those three places? Y'all remember the episode 1, that's why I said. So what that person just said, you do have to win rural voters in Texas. You do. You say, oh, West Texas, you mean past Austin, or West Texas, we just go past Austin, or we go up North Texas a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Or we go South Texas. I'm saying, like, come on, man. You got to win. You know Texas is majority rural state. You say, how could that be possible with San Antonio, Galveston, El Paso? I start with those three. I'm saying those are large metropolitans that we don't never even talk about. Never. See what I'm saying? So we said Dallas, we said, bro, Texas is a country. That's the problem. You got to put all of it in together. Texas is its own country. Don't mess with Texas. Bro, I'm saying you go Dallas, Austin, Houston. Oh, that's the state. Nah, that ain't even close. Okay, let's keep on. Let's keep on counting. Then you got San Antonio, El Paso, Galveston, Padre. Like my pops explained it to me when I went to Houston, so I explained it because I'm looking at Houston and I'm saying, how could this be any kind of Republican be attached to this? Ain't no Republican attached to this. You know what he told me? And maybe this will help you understand the state of Texas. He said, look, Darnell, he said, well, how many in the state of Houston? I mean, in the city of Houston, I said about 2 million, a little less than 2 million. He said, but how many people are in Harris County or in Houston Metro? I said 8 million. He said, you get the picture. He said that 2 million people you talking about in Houston, he said they all blue, like you saying, are mostly blue, like you saying. There's some Republicans in the city of Houston. Don't get it twisted. Like I said, this not New York. This not LA. You just got to understand and understand. Just like with sports picks, I just understand some stuff and see some stuff that you think you see or you think you understand, but you don't. I don't care if you from there. I don't care if you won elections there. I'm trying to tell you, don't listen to me. You're going to see what it is. You're going to see what it is. Because either I'm right or wrong. And if you pick 5 football teams against me, that's why I did that, to show you, then you on the other side of that stick. See, that's what I'm saying. In politics, you cannot listen to me. And the reason you lost could have been you not listening to Ghost, but we don't know that. We don't know that's the reason you lost. We don't know that VP Harris might have lost because she didn't pick Josh Shapiro to start. That's your starting spot is Josh Shapiro. It's not the dude she picked for her VP. And I love you, VP Harris, but I got to be real for a second so we can understand something and all get on the same page so we could get this girl elected. You feel what I'm saying? But I'm saying we don't know in politics is because you didn't listen to Ghost right here. This is why you lost. You just need to listen to the advice. Period. Because you go against me in football picks, I'm going to show you your loss immediately. That's why I started doing picks and parlays. You go against me in the court case, I'm going to show you how you wrong immediately. You can even get the judge to go along with you. He know you wrong too. Why he going along with you? And he going to get wrong too. And it's the same thing in politics. I know what I'm talking about. I absolutely know it. 10,000% sure of it. You have to win in the rural areas in the state of Texas. Or if you don't have to win your margins, I'm saying, and the reason why that's true is because what's Ted Cruz's strategy to win those races against Colin Harvey? Was Ted Cruz's strategy to win Dallas? Ted Cruz's strategy to win Houston? Or is Ted Cruz's strategy to win in the rural areas? Listen, the thing about the state of Texas, another thing, this right here is kind of trippy. The thing about the state of Texas as well is in those rural areas sometimes you got Hispanics, a bunch of them. And you got blacks, a lot of them in the rural areas. But in those rural areas, you get a lot of people like Donnie or a lot of people like Ghost who might be a conservative, even though they black or Hispanic in the rural areas and they're not voting. See, that's why it's the way you present herself. She's at the churches and she's talking. Yeah. Go to them churches out where Donnie's at. Because see, out there where Donnie's at, she know this in this church, they think that Democrats are A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. I have some conservatives from Texas that get in this live stream, and they really believe this. They'll tell you that a Democrat won't go to heaven because they're a Democrat. I'm dead serious. It's conservatives that really believe that. They so deep into conservatism that they didn't mix the blood of Jesus with being a conservative. They didn't mix the two. They didn't mix the blood of Jesus with being a Republican. Like Jesus' blood got something to do with politics. There's people in Texas, in the South, they that deep into that. You see what I'm saying? So they didn't brainwash Democrats or people that don't know politics from when they're younger, that being a Democrat, you're not a real Christian. And all them people out there, most of them at least say they Christians, even if they on the bar at the bar on Saturday night. They saying they Christians. You got to understand that was real good. You got to win in the rural areas. You do. You have to. In the state of Texas. Have to. If you guys have not liked the video, I ask that y'all double tap the screen for your boy, Big Ghostwriter. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. Make sure you hit that notification bell. KKK Kamala Harris. Why would you say that? You see what I'm saying? Why would you say that? What you trying to say? I don't understand that point. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody will vote for her. Okay, if that's what you say. Zell says you gotta know Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior. That is true. That's very so true. You do. Who said anything different? Super King says you pull out being trans. I could barely tell. Hey, I like Donnie said, bruh. The level of trolling in this stream is different than anywhere else. Definitely. It's clearly seen. Everybody can see. It's just nobody's really paying attention or looking. But I could get some attention on it. But the level of trolling in this stream is different. Just like Donnie said, it's ridiculous. I could understand you wanting to troll, but just being that ridiculous with the trolling. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Super says trolling for love. I don't know who trolling for love. I know, right? Troll for something. That's what you look. He one that said that. Okay, so he one of them kind. He one of them kind, man. We trying to have a serious conversation, man. Like real talk. I'm trying to help this girl get elected, or at least have a conversation about what it'd take for her to win. Because I just think that she'll win, and I don't think James Tellerico will win. I just believe that. I believe they goading Tellerico into running, just like they. Well, I wouldn't say they goaded Beto, but I don't think he's gonna beat Ted Cruz or Cronin in the race. I just don't think so, Donnie. That's just my opinion. I think that when voters, Donnie, and I'm finna get your message in just a second. I think that whenever they look at a voter, they want. That's why President Trump won, and he say ridiculous stuff. I think they would rather listen to someone say he's eating the cats and the dogs. You know what I'm saying? I think the voters would rather hear that than hear a slick talking politician. And listen, don't think that. Listen, Ghost would be all over the map with this. Because don't think, because I'm saying that about President Trump, that he ain't end up being a slick talk politician. Because they might look at President Trump right now like he a slick talking politician. Real talk. Because he said he was going to do A, B, C, D, and E, F, G, and he ain't done none of that stuff. But he campaigned on it. That's what Marjorie Taylor Greene was saying the other day. But what I'm saying is, before this term of President Trump, the way they looked at him as somebody who's just authentic and that's what I'm saying about Jasmine. Because like the equivalent of what some of the things that Jasmine has said, I'm not going to repeat it. The Republicans might. I heard Karl Rove said that. Karl Rove, listen to me, baby. You're an intelligent man. But this the thing. If I was running Jasmine campaign, this is what you would be up against. Somebody who will match you for wit. Karl Rove, listen to me. You said that you would love to run. And I'm talking about Jasmine. This what you go research Karl Rove, Jasmine. Because if you understand music in New York, you understand the hub of the music in New York and who at the top of it. If you understand politics in Texas, you understand regardless of what Republican strategies, the king of Texas strategy and politics is Karl Rove. Don't get it twisted. Ever. Don't ever get that twisted. So listen, Karl, this is what I got to say. You said that you would love to run against a candidate like Jasmine. I watched you on Fox News, baby. I got mad respect for you, Karl. You a smart dude. I know intelligence when I see it, and I respect intelligence. So, Karl, you said that you ran you said Jasmine was running for that campaign in the state of Texas, right? And I'm saying, Karl, you said that you would love to run up against her because you was talking about what she said about Governor Abbott, you know what I'm saying? Governor Hot Wheels or whatever like that. So you would love, Karl, that's the same thing I would think if you had a candidate like Ken Paxton or Donald J. Trump. They eating the cash and the dogs. I would say I would love to run up against that. But look what happened. There is something that I learned when I seen President Trump keep winning elections that he isn't supposed to win, really. because he didn't even think he was going to beat Hillary Clinton. When I see that, it's and saying stuff, ridiculous stuff, that the more CNN in the media or Fox News in the media or MSNBC in the media talk about it, it's like it endures the people more. Why? Because there's a level of authenticity that the people are looking for. James Tellerico, I don't see no authenticity in him like that. Donnie, just to be honest with you, I really don't. He looks like a Republican who's a Democrat. Can I be frank? Just regular white dude. Ted Cruz might not be white, but I mean, shoot, Cronin is regular old Texas white boy. And what I'm saying is, I don't know if in politics in 2026, if the constituents, if the voters, that's what Jasmine is talking about. She's saying a lot of voters have left the electorate because they don't even want to vote no more. And the ones that's left voting, they got a choice out of Cronin, and Cronin. Cronin in the old flesh, the younger, wilder version of Cronin named Paxton, and a Democratic Presbyterian 36-year-old version of Cronin named Tellerico. The same candidate. And they know that. You got Texas oil, so you know what the oil companies is a Texas power. And you could check a list. And I guarantee, I don't care what you say about Tellerico, I'm telling you, that's why his numbers. So, Carl Rove, you saying that Jasmine, I would say it's the exact opposite. I think Jasmine owns something. When she's saying what she's saying, she owns what some, but you got the execution. You just got to execute, baby. She is, I'm telling you, I know for a fact she on the edge. The girls, I don't care what President Trump, I done said this before. I told him to keep my baby name out of it. Nah, let me stop. Hey, look, I'm telling you, the girl, I know, I listen to her talk. Everything she's saying, she hitting the spot. She hitting spot on to everything she's saying. Real talk. Like, don't get me confused. See, I hear, like, what's his name? Like, they trying to say, like, I'm not saying she need to court Republicans, dumb. Ghost is smarter than that. He way smarter than you. He might be talk slow and look slow, but he's smarter than you. Times 30. Way smarter than you. Why would she be trying to reach a voter that won't vote for her? So I'm going to be spending money and time trying to reach somebody who won't listen to me. Like I'm that stupid like you. I'm not a retard. I never said she need to be going for Republicans. I call independents Republicans. Let me take it back then. She need to be reaching Texas independents, which to me is nothing but a Republican. But it's somebody who hadn't signed on to the Republican Party, especially if they keep voting as an independent. It's a reason they won't sign on as a Republican, like Ghost, who really don't, outside of politics, don't really want to get in. Yeah, these are the people that Jasmine could reach. We saying the same thing, really just in a different way. And it's executing that strategy. It's not just drawing up the right play. Jasmine got the right play drawn up, Carl Rove. I'm telling you, my brother, she got the right play drawn up. It's not just drawing up the right play. It's about executing. She got it drawn up. She just got to execute it. That's all it's about. So let me see. I pinned Donnie's comment. He said one thing, Jesus was a Jew. He said to forgive sinners, to teach them not to promote the degeneracy. Oh, you talking about as far as bro, like you can't make Donnie, this is what I'm saying. That's you cannot mix religion and politics. It's not religion and politics. Let me say it right. You can't mix the blood of Jesus Christ with anything, Donnie. If you mixing the blood of Jesus Christ with anything, in my opinion, like what are you preaching or teaching? Jesus wasn't saying the kingdom of God in the Republican Party oh, the kingdom of God. And you see how you sound? You can't mix God and Jesus. It's two totally different things. It's like you trying to mix God with the club. The Republican Party is the club. You got to understand how holy and righteous God is to try to mix. The Democrats and the Republicans aren't that much different. I don't care what their party platform stand on, Donnie. I wish you would pop back up in the stream so you can see this. The Democrats and the Republicans ain't that much different. You think, look at the Epstein file list. It's only Democrats on the Epstein list. It's only Democrats who abort babies. Ain't no Republican girls abort babies. Hey, listen to me. Ain't no Republican girls abort babies. It's just Democrats doing that. It's just Democrats doing, bro. That's not nothing that's real. That's like a fairy tale. That's fairyland stuff. Jesus ain't no Democrat or no Republican. Jesus was not a Republican. I know if I say that right now, it's some of y'all in here said, what Ghost just said? He said Jesus wasn't a Republican. He crazy. My daddy told me that Jesus was a Republican. Jesus wasn't nothing but a Republican. Ghost just said Jesus wasn't I'm dead serious. It's some 5-10-year-olds who don't understand that concept because y'all have mixed politics so much with Republican and it's not that. They have mixed, that's called nationalism. You are a Christian nationalist. I didn't say a Christian. You cannot mix God and politics. It does not go together. A Democrat and a Republican, if you know God now, if you really knew God, you would understand this. The problem is a lot of these people getting money, they don't really know God. They just trying to make a living. The dude saying he know God, he just getting money. So like President Trump, he said he was going to help the people. President Trump, I'm not hating on you, but I know you got a whole lot of money. And I know healthcare insurance is 3 times as high as it was. And you need somebody, President Trump, around you who going to talk to you like that so you going to see it. Because if you don't see it in November, you going to see it clear. Ain't no $2,000 check going to save you. And that's what I was trying to tell. Listen, when the Democrats take over the House, President Trump, if Mike Johnson and them pass a $2,000 stimulus to the American people, President Trump, you're going to feel betrayed. But let me tell you, this is how the game goes. Say it's 2 people here, and I go to these 2 people and I'm asking these 2 people for help. Let's say I come to you and then I ain't getting no help. But then I'm coming to this person over here, and even if they ain't helping me, they talking about helping me. I'm saying once the American people then put their mind on that Democrat, in my opinion, President Trump, that's why I said that he need to go out there and start talking to the people right then and there, not when you feel like it back then. Before the people, because once the people then decided that, oh, okay, he was just doing that to get reelected. They already halfway. You talking about by the time March, you talking about giving the stimulus to the people by July, half the election over by July. The midterms, that ain't no presidential election. That midterm election, them Democrats gonna be so deep into your neck by July. You think you gonna give people $2,000 July, August, September, October? In 3 months, you're gonna erase 2 years of what they seen the last 2 years. You're gonna erase that in 3 months with a $2,000 check that's gonna be gone in 15 minutes. I don't think that's a winning strategy. I don't think those black voters that you looking for to get them to 2,000 to think you gonna get someone. I don't think they even gonna show up. President Trump ain't on the ballot. So if they get if a 2,000, listen to me, y'all. Listen, I'm telling you, Ghost, I be knowing what I'm talking about. It's just you gonna need me to talk for 24 hours to be able to believe me, because I gotta keep bringing it or spelling it out for you. Look. if that $2,000, if you think you're gonna give a black voter $2,000 and he gonna go vote for you, right? President Trump ain't even on the ballot. So when they get the $2,000 check in the mail, they go the $2,000 check they just got. This the Republican. This the what their first plan is to redraw the districts. When they couldn't redraw the districts, their second plan was the $2,000 check. We're not gonna give them y'all $2,000 checks unless we have to, and we're gonna wait right before the election, so like it's fresh on their memory when it's voting time. But let me explain something to you how that works. That $2,000 check that you give them, you know who, if they do care, they just gonna take the check and not vote. I'm gonna tell you just how it is. In rare times in life, you get two things to work the exact same 2 times in a row. Listen, you get that $2,000 check. You know what they gonna do with that $2,000 check? If they credit somebody for that, they gonna credit President Trump for that check, and his name ain't on the ballot. I'm trying to tell you, a $2,000 check in this midterms is not gonna make people go vote. I'm just being real with you. It's not making nobody go vote. Somebody say Venezuela freedom. Yeah, man, most definitely. I believe in that. I believe in freeing the people of Venezuela. Y'all might not agree with the way President Trump did it, and I understand that. You see what I'm saying? I say I don't agree with a lot of stuff. The way that he does a lot of stuff, I've said that 1,000 times, but he don't care. You know what he said? Results is results. That's his mentality. That he about results. So he say, don't judge me by the way I cut the grass. Just judge me how the grass look when I'm finished. So hey, that's what Maduro. He needed to go. Point blank. Period. The Venezuelan people, they free. If you want to free the Iranian people, just free the people. Like I'm telling you, you gonna get love. Just free the people. He could do the same thing with us, President Trump. Free the people. You gotta understand. Like, if you looking for ghosts, I'm with the people. I don't like none of these people. I don't like neither one of them. But I know where it's at in America. I know I'm a part of them. I might not like them, but I know I'm just like them. I look at my skin. My skin a little different than theirs is, but I know they got skin too. They got a nose, eyes, and ears, so I know they somewhat like me. They don't look like them seagulls I be playing with or be feeding. They don't look like no dog or no horse. I know they human. You know what I'm saying? We got something coming. Something. So you said that about Jasmine. You know she's not. That's what they say about President Trump. That's what they say about President Trump. Everybody, they say the same thing about President Trump. If you go to Jasmine's district in Dallas, they'll say, well, she said that Trump is a darn idiot. That's what they'll say about President Trump. I hear black people say it all the time. Not just black people, I hear all kind of people say it all the time. You could say that's a matter of opinion, but I wouldn't even say that's an opinion because I know Jasmine. I know what you're saying about Jasmine is not facts. Point blank. Jasmine's a very intelligent woman. She is. Everything she's saying is right. She just got to run the right strategy. Look, man, I need to be working for her campaign, bro. I'm telling you, I got all the juice. I got all the sauce. I got all the ideas. Jasmine, you can listen to anybody you want to in Texas, bro, baby. If you want to win, I'm telling you, this how you going to win. I'm telling you, I got the juice and the sauce. You feel me? Like sometimes I be sitting just thinking, man, I ought to do this for her, just do it. But I'm saying the level I'm gonna need, like, I gotta be in the mix to do what I need to, we're trying to do, man. I ain't got no super PAC. I'm saying like them non-HBCUs in Texas that she could be doing a campaign rally on in 2 weeks. She could do all 9 of them campuses in 2 weeks. Jasmine for us, Jasmine for Texas. I'll start promoting it right now. And I'll run it in the middle of February. I guarantee you she'll walk out of that with at least 2, 3, 4,000 volunteers, new volunteers, all young. Guarantee you. I got so many ideas I run, like I be thinking about that I could do that I know what it's going to take for her to win. And I said that to start off, and she doing that. I seen her at the black churches on a, like, yeah, that's what you need to do, baby, on a Sunday. Yeah. Yeah, they need to know that you, yeah, like on a Sunday. Yeah. And not only just the church, I know she good with the churches though, but you need to link with them all over the state, the rural areas too. They're important too. But not only the churches that's another, I just thought of that, rural values, not Republican values, rural values. Jasmine, do you know any Democrats from the country? Get you some country Democrats on your team. We call people from Houston country. They got cows in Houston. I'm talking about not no Democrats from Houston. I'm talking about Democrats who from the sticks. Democrats from towns with 2,000 or 3,000 people. Go talk to them Democrats. You know what I'm saying? You need some Democrats like that on your team, because them kind of Democrats, those rural Democrats, are someone who, if you could win a rural Democrat, in my opinion, you could win a rural Republican. Man, Dami isn't going to play in a rural area in Texas. So I'm saying it's 2 different places. Mandami will play in a rural area in New York. A rural New York and rural Texas are 2 different things. Even in rural New York, it'll be red, but it won't be red like Texas red. That's what you're looking for. You need how a Republican, go get you a Republican winning in rural New York. New York Republicans, California Republicans. You saying you got to explain that though, Donnie. You got to explain that. She want to keep illegals in what inner circles of Texas? I'm saying what we can't just get like, but they do that. They'll get on there, Donnie, and they'll just say all kind of things. What inner circles do she want to keep illegals in? Really, y'all gonna eat crow in the end. And I know what's gonna happen. President Trump gonna say, "Oh, I fixed the border already. I fixed the border." That's what he gonna say. Wait till 2026, 2027. I'm telling you what's coming. You don't know what I'm finna say afterward, but that's I fixed the border already, because he gonna start letting illegals in the country. Not illegals, but I'm saying you need comprehensive immigration reform, right? Right, Donnie? Oh, she says inner cities. Hold on a second. Hold on. Donnie, let me read that again. I'm sorry. If I was in the RNC in Texas, I'll be posting how Jasmine wants to keep illegals in the inner cities in Texas. But I'm saying, how she want to do that? You mean just because she's not for the immigration plan that President Trump is? I'm saying, listen, me personally, look, if President Biden wouldn't have let 11 million or 12 million or 15, however million people he let in America, if he wouldn't have done that, I wouldn't be for what President Trump did when he came in doing it. Because I said from the very beginning, I don't believe in snatching no women and kids now. You snatching American citizens, you just insane, in my opinion. Because I'm a Constitution law person. You feel that? So in my opinion, if you snatching American citizens, you need to go to a jail cell. If it's an accident, it's an accident. See what I'm saying? But I'm saying the reason why I think President Trump's his policies was accepted so much because it was a problem that needed to be fixed. It's like President Biden played it right into his hands. I'm gonna open up the door and let all these people in here, and now you letting President Trump come right behind you and say, "Y'all see there? As soon as I walk away, you let them Democrats in, and look what they do." He walked right into President Trump's trap. Real talk. I think if we didn't have a problem, Joe Biden let as many, you don't hate on President Biden because that's why he got those historic numbers. Y'all gonna realize that one day. That immigration and the job market, they go together. Yeah. And I preached it the entire time we were talking about Jasmine and Donnie and her. Because, Donnie, this is my thing about the immigrants. Who going to go work them $7 an hour jobs? We're not talking about McDonald's. Okay, you got the 16-year-olds at McDonald's working for $7.25. I don't even know if a 16-year-old in these days from Texas gonna want to work for that at McDonald's. But say you got the the 16-year-olds working the $7.25 an hour jobs, Burger King, fast food. I'm not picking on McDonald's. Let me take that back, Burger King, because McDonald's paying $15 an hour. McDonald's paying $20 an hour up here in New York. Let me take that back. Not McDonald's. I mean like Burger King. And I don't want to call no restaurant I eat at. You feel me? So or no fast food I eat at. So say you work at Burger King making that $7.25. You know what I'm saying? You say that's the 16-year-olds doing that. Which one of y'all grown people gonna go out there and work for that $7.50? Because them immigrants do it happily. Look, it's two guys I know at a gas station. If we wasn't in New York, if we was in Mississippi and one of them dudes, I know he was an immigrant, I know he making $7 an hour. I ain't being racist. I'm just saying that's what they do. They work hard for that too. That's a lot of money in their country. Them immigrants will happily come over here and work for that. $200 a week, $300 a week in their country, that's like 2 racks. They balling. Ain't no Americans those jobs gonna go unfulfilled, undone. And you know what they gonna do? We gonna solve the immigration problem real soon. You know what we gonna do, Donnie? AI. AI gonna take all the jobs. It's taking the Americans' jobs too. The rich man gonna solve your immigration problem real soon. It's called artificial intelligence. So the Democrats gonna be over there on with y'all really soon. I'm telling you, it's gonna be a third party. It's like a populist party. The Republicans and the Democrats gonna go to Skeletor land. I really believe that, and that third populist party is the party because it's like the young Democrats and the young Republicans. Bernie Sanders and Steve Bannon, they sounding the same. I really believe that. You know what I'm saying? And Donnie say, Jasmine openly calls ICE modern slave hunters. I mean, like, I don't, like, bruh, like, you gotta understand, bruh, I don't think that hurts her. I don't think that hurts her, Donnie. I don't think that hurts her in that race. I promise you. They're eating the cats and the dogs. I don't think none of that matters. They eating the cats and the dogs. I know Texas farmers are hurting. I know that. And a lot of those farmers are in the rural areas. I know, I ain't talk like I said, understand now. It's a lot of black farmers too now. She need to peel his margins, just like he gonna try to peel at her margins. Listen to me. If y'all listening now, it's 2-hour mark. Let's mark that 2-hour mark. Just like a good Republican strategist, Karl Rove and them, will be trying to peel at her margins in those 3 cities we name all the time. Houston, Austin, and Dallas, she need to try to peel his margins in the rural area. Jasmine, baby, if you just, it's two arenas that you playing this in. Two arenas. You playing two arenas. You playing a rural arena. I'm glad somebody said that. Donnie said that. Or didn't Donnie or somebody said that. You playing a rural arena and you playing a city arena. You playing those cities I named, not just Dallas, Houston, Austin, El Paso. You know, you playing that city arenas, and then you playing the rural arenas. So he trying to hit your numbers in. Listen, he trying to pick at your numbers in the rural area, in the cities. All you focused on is the cities. He gonna take the rural numbers and run them through the roof. He gonna run the rural numbers through the roof and focus on your cities. And all you doing is focused on your cities? Nah, you need to go. That's basic strategy. If they hitting you on your land, you gotta hit them on their land. You see what I'm saying? You gotta go over there across there with them where they at. I'm not saying go reach somebody. Don't, Jasmine, I'ma talk to Donnie. And I'm going to see what they saying on that side, and I'm going to see the relevance in what he's saying on that side and relay it to you. You ain't got to spend your time talking to people like Donnie who conservatives who ain't going to vote for you. You got to talk to those people like Ghost, who is a conservative who will vote for you. And you got to talk, Jasmine, even if you campaigning, listen, even if you campaigning just keeps a certain number of rural voters at the house, Jasmine, they ain't got to vote for you. Just make them not vote for the Republican. We don't never think about that. That's a category. How much can you think some can say? Look, I'm going to put it in your head. Say I'm a registered Republican. Like, you know how President Trump was looking at Mandami with those kissy eyes? Y'all seen when Mandami went to the White House, President Trump was looking at him with them kissy eyes. You know what I'm saying? Look, you know a Republican, there might be a Republican and they might see a Democrat on the ballot. And you know you a registered Republican. You know you won, and you won like Donnie that won't never vote for no Democrat. You will never vote for a Democrat, and you a registered Republican, right? Just like Donnie, say you that kind. Now listen, it might be a Democrat that you like Jasmine, but you wouldn't vote for her, but you wouldn't go vote for Cronin. That's going to drive up her margins. Every vote that she gets that stays home and doesn't go vote for the Republican, that helps her numbers too. You realize that, don't you? You don't just have to get people to vote for you. If you could get the Republicans to stay home, that help your numbers too. Y'all got y'all ears open this morning. Listen to a smart person. That's a strategy for you too. Just get them to stay home. They don't have to show up for you. Just make sure they don't show up for dude either. That's called defense. That's a strategy. Yeah, you didn't know that? So you thinking that I'm telling her to go try to get people to vote for her. You thinking that Ghost on here really trying to tell Jasmine to get people who would never vote for her ever to try to convince my mama and them to vote for her. I'm talking about a straight hardline Republican. You think I'm trying to get some hardline Republicans convinced? I'm trying to convince Greg Abbott to vote for Jasmine. You think that's what I'm doing? I'm not a goofy, bro. I win. I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. You trying to get them to stay home, some of them to stay home, and those independents that Ghost call Republicans and them swing voters, them ones you said voted for Obama. There are a few in Texas that voted for Obama and voted for Trump. Yeah, those are the ones she looking for. Jasmine, you saying the voters you looking for, you know there's some voters that voted for Trump and Obama. Yeah, them voters who voted for Trump and Obama, those are the Republicans I'm talking about. I call them Republicans. I don't call them independents. I call them Republicans. If they in Texas, if you was in New York City and you voted for Trump and Obama, I don't call you no independent in New York. I call you a Democrat. In my mind, it's only certain states where it's real independence at. I think it's real independence in Michigan. Yeah, what's a real independent ghost? You know, here come the smart. You know, you got those smart, the ones who almost smart. They are smart, but they're almost disintelligent. It's like they almost could get to where I'm getting to, but they can't quite cross over the wall. No, ghost, who the independents are? Who the independents are? You know, they always like, I know what I'm talking about. They're not affiliated with no party. No, they're not affiliated with no party. If you New York and you vote all the time and you're not affiliated with no party, what side you mostly vote on? If you from New York City and you're not affiliated with no party and you always vote, then what side you are probably voting on? You probably voting blue. So those independents in New York City, I look at them as blue voters. The independents in Texas, I look at them as Republicans. So if you say me like you getting a broad coalition, not like how Tellerico's trying to do it. Tellerico probably trying to reach some real Republicans. I wouldn't tell Jasmine if they cross over, but you really just want them to stay at home. What I was trying to say is you got to reach rural voters. That's what I was trying to say. Rural voters. That explains it the best way that I can too. I'm talking about those country black people, because where I'm from, country black people still vote Republican. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Jazzy, where you from, baby? You call them people. Well, she says she know because she from, but I'm saying she call them people in Dallas. In New York, they call them people in Dallas country, but that's city folk. You don't believe it? Just ride Fort Worth. Right about 30 miles north of the Fort Worth city limits. Nah, well, not that much. You go 30 miles north of Fort Worth, you might be in Oklahoma. You feel me? Brian C., he says Trump, Marco Rubio, 2028. Stop that. Oh, he says Trump, then he says Marco Rubio 2028. Okay, we can rock with that. Y'all like Brian C. Thank you for that donation, baby. Always donate. He said Marco Rubio 2028, man. Shoot, Marco, what's wrong with Marco? I don't think nobody got nothing wrong with Marco, but what's wrong with JD? Brian C., I really think, you think that it's gonna be Marco? I think it's gonna be JD, bro. I really do. I think JD Vance gonna be. I think they already. I just did a live stream on that, Brian C. I think they already crowned JD as the prince of the Republican Party. The power won't JD. But why you say that, Brian C? Why y'all against him now, Brian? Listen, I think Elon want JD. I think Turning Point want JD. I think the power. I think it's gonna take. I think it's gonna take something for it not to be him, Brian. That's what I think. I think it's gonna take something for it not to be him. I think y'all gonna have to make some power moves to keep JD off that ballot. If y'all don't want him on that ballot, y'all gonna have to pull some stuff the Democrats did or do. You know what I'm saying? Because I just think like what happened with the Republican Party with Elon moving over, you see what I'm saying? Look, so I think Elon really moved over to the Republican Party. I think he moved over. What you see, what my boy doing? I don't know about Jeff Bezos, but Mark Zuckerberg, I don't think, look, those rich people, you could be too rich to be a Republican or a Democrat. Do you understand that? And I think that's kind of like what Elon is like he too rich to be a Republican or a Democrat. We saw him, he was with Obama. The administration who really shunned him was Joe Biden's administration, but President Biden's administration, President Biden probably was as close to a progressive president as y'all have had in a long time. He shunned a whole lot. I'm saying President Biden, he shunned all the billionaires, like Bernie Sanders, that influence. He shunned a lot of them. You know what I'm saying? A lot of billionaires. And I'm saying, like, I don't know how I feel about that, because you know what I'm saying? If you're shunning Elon, like you saying, okay, I'm gonna shun Elon because, you know what I'm saying? You know, I tax the rich. I don't believe in rich man politics. That's one thing. But I'm saying, as Tesla's CEO, I don't believe you can shun Elon as Tesla CEO, man. I really just don't believe that, because Tesla's, okay, you might say Tesla, what's Tesla's? I don't think that these business owners, you could shun them with their importance of their business to America. You see what I'm saying? I think President Trump's approach, even though I'm for taxing the rich, Brian C. Now, I believe in taxing the rich, but I believe President Trump's approach of trying to, I think that's the way your economy gonna do so good, man. I'm telling you, if the way I would advise you wouldn't know what a politician was if I was advising him. You wouldn't know if he was a Republican, a Democrat, an independent, or a progressive, conservative, or what. You wouldn't know what he was, because I would tell him to do all the things that wins. I wouldn't care which party. The only way I would care about what party you in is if it hurts you. So right now, I wouldn't tell Jasmine to do anything at all that would hurt her with the Democratic Party. Nothing. Because she needs the party. She needs that party big time right now, because she's running for a primary in that party. I wouldn't tell her. Now, after March, I wouldn't tell her, not necessarily that I wouldn't say nothing to hurt the Democratic Party, but shoot, you know, we got to take a step away. They'll be okay. Well, which one y'all rather have, Democrats? You rather have a backstabbing, back-turning, whatever you call Republican, halfway Republican Democrat? Or would you rather have another Republican in that seat for the next 4 years, 6 years? Which one would you rather have? If I'm a Democrat and I'm running in this race against these people, let me go win my race and you will get a blue seat. You let Ghost do his thing and he'll give you a blue seat. You see what I'm saying? No, I ain't gonna hear all that stuff y'all talking about. I'm about winning. That's why I'm independent, because I'm finna come through like Big Bernie independent, and we finna come through swinging and winning. I'm about winning, bro. Let me do my thing with the politics I want to do. If I lose the seat, that's different. Slap me 15 times. But I know I'm finna win this seat. Let me go turn this seat blue, because Ghost know what he doing. As a matter of fact, if you listen to me, you can learn something. You know what I'm saying? I talk slow for a reason. Hey, where you at, Donnie? Don't go nowhere. He say, the days of them stealing make the libs panic with the new Trump ticket. Nah, man. It ain't panicking. How you gonna panic? President Trump ain't getting on that ticket in 2028, bro. Y'all tweaking. Hey, look, I ain't trying to be disrespectful to nobody, but if you thinking that you all the way out, you bugged all the way out. I'm just being real. President Trump ain't getting on no ticket in 2028, bro. That's just real. I think President Trump, he trolling y'all. He messing with you, man. President Trump ain't trying to get on that ticket in 2028, man. I think he trolling you. I really believe that. They wouldn't let him on the ticket. You said he would easily win for a fourth time? Well, okay, then, Donnie, we going to run him against President Obama. He going to beat Obama? Donnie, I'm not hating on President Trump. He beat 2 women. The Democrats trying to break a woman into politics. He beat 2 women for president. He didn't beat Joe Biden like that, though, did he? He would have beat him this time, because look at Joe Biden. Ain't nobody was going to vote for no old man like that. But I ain't hating on President Trump, but he beat 2 women. He'll beat President Obama. Because if you say he'll beat President Obama, I know you're not being realistic. Because President Obama's approval rating still is 60-some%, probably. It's probably 70-some now. But because he been out of politics, but I'm saying he gonna beat President Obama, he ain't gonna beat President Obama. Let President Obama run for a 3rd or 4th term. That's what I'm saying. Y'all want to run Trump for a 3rd or 4th term, the Dems gonna run Obama against him. Good luck. You know, President, himself if he lost an election at this point in his life to Barack Obama, number 1. Number 2, on a serious side, President Trump's health not good enough to be president again for 4 more years. He got health problems right now, Donnie, that y'all don't even know nothing about. The White House ain't talking about it. And I'm not a scandal person. I care about America. I'm a patriot. The White House don't need to talk. Donald J. Trump is the sitting president of America. So if there's certain things about the president's health that they don't discuss, just like they did with Joe Biden's. They did with Joe Biden's, they don't with President Trump's. I don't care. That's America. They keeping it private for a reason. They don't want y'all to know for a reason. That's that man's health. That man got a life too now. He is a human being too now. You got to always remember that. He a human. I know some of y'all hate him and some of y'all might not like him or whatever your beef is with him. But I'm saying he is a human too now. He do got feelings and emotions. And you talking about a man who going to be 82, 83 years old in 2028. So realistically speaking, I know a lot of y'all don't see things that go see, but that's why Ghost here. That's why I'm here, baby. I got you. President Trump, his health ain't going to be good enough to run for re-election in 2020, to be real. So all the Democrats who are like Donnie said, the Republicans who trying to scare the Democrats or the Democrats who trying to scare other Democrats using that. President Trump his health ain't going to be good enough to run for president for another term, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? If the Republicans tried that, I think in during his campaign to be just like Joe Biden at same age, 82, 83. Why we want an 82 or 83-year-old leader? A lot of them retired. I saw Nancy Pelosi retire. Nancy Pelosi, whether you like her, lump her, or choke on her, she a lion in Congress, bro. That woman served 34 years. She's she the most powerful human in Congress, not Democrat human. In Congress. Maybe not today, but probably today too. You know what I'm saying? So, she retired. Nancy Pelosi, once Nancy Pelosi retired, all of Congress then changed. You see what I'm saying? All of Congress is different now. Yeah, the older people retiring. President Trump finna be 83, man. I think JD y'all pick. You got between JD, Marco, or like Ron DeSantis. Who y'all got? Where my Republicans at? President Trump, I know it was a good run for y'all. I know y'all loved it and all that stuff, but this gonna be the end of President Trump right here, y'all. I hate to tell y'all Republicans that who think that maybe that President Trump is like Jesus or something. I don't know what you thinking. You trying to mix God's word. God's word it don't matter if you Republican or Democrat with God's word. You tell a man, thou shalt not steal. You know what I'm saying? That's why y'all Republicans saying Democrats evil and that the man who shot Charlie Kirk was God said thou shalt not steal. He didn't say thou shalt not steal Democrats or Republican. Thou shalt not steal. If thou steal, thou art a Democrat. Thou art not a Republican. If thou steal, thou art not a Republican. God didn't say that. God didn't say accept President Trump and the Republican Party or you shall go to hell forever. He didn't say accept Jesus' blood and become a Republican. God said, except thou repent and become a Republican, you shall not enter the kingdom. That's how you sound to me when you saying that just because you a Democrat, you're not going to heaven. I don't know where you get that from. It's not in the Bible. Because in my Bible, there was a thief who went to heaven. In my Bible, there's fornicators like you. Some of y'all liars like y'all. God said liars won't inherit the kingdom of God. That's clear. That's said in more than one place in the Bible, that a liar shall not inherit the kingdom of God. That's said in more than one place. So I'm saying that's what God said in his word. You sitting over here talking about what a Democrat ain't going to heaven for. That ain't nowhere in the Bible. God, all I know is one time when they asked God about something political, he said, render unto Caesar what is Caesar, render unto God what is God. I come over here and the quote unquote Christians these days, they talking about that if you ain't a Republican, you ain't going to heaven. What kind of Christianity that is? Which the Holy Book of Republican, which chapter, book, and verse in the Holy Book of Republican is that? So I could look that up and read that and get with the program and stop supporting these Democrats that are against God. While all the Republicans, some on the Epstein list, they righteous though. That's God's party on the Epstein list. The party of God, half of them on the Epstein list. That's God's party. God is supporting a child molester on the Epstein list. If thou shalt not vote for this child molester on the Epstein list, ye shall not enter the kingdom of God. See how you sound? You sound ridiculous to me. I know over a period of years, you vote for a Republican and you seeing most people in the Democratic Party supporting hellacious. Yeah, I'll tell y'all Democrats. You Democrats saying that a 2-year-old child or any person could change their gender, that's hellacious. That's what I call it. Hellacious. It's of hell. It ain't funny. It's evil. That's evil. That's pure evil. You giving Republicans ammunition. A woman can go and sleep with, she could get a football team train ran on her. The Ole Miss football team, the Ole Miss defensive secondary ran a train on her. She Ole Miss football team ran a train on her, then she go try to have an abortion. Because she don't want to take personal responsibility for her actions. Nah, I'm not for none of that. But because I'm not for that and a Democrat preaching that, don't tell me that the Democrat, because you vote for a Democrat, you going to hell. You insane. You need some help. You know, the Republican Party got, so you know how many preachers the Republican Party got on their payroll? You know how many preachers they got on the payroll? You just a Republican preacher. Don't say you God's preacher, you Jesus preacher. Jesus don't care if you a Democrat or Republican. Jesus didn't even care if you was a whore. Listen to me. These are you talking about Democrat or Republican. You talking about supporting abortion or not support. I'm a dude. I can't have no abortion. That's not no sin to me, you retard. You talking about supporting abortion. Jesus didn't support you killing a whore. A whore that deserved to die. And according to Jewish law, the law of the time, she was guilty of sin. They caught her in the act of adultery. And when they went to stone her, what Jesus told her? Bro, don't try to teach me nothing about Jesus now. You're going to get your feelings hurt. You talking about how God is a Republican. Nah, you have been infiltrated by that whatever theology, or that ain't no theology, whatever they teaching you over there in that conservative party, you've been infiltrated by that. God is not no Republican. He ain't no Democrat. Ain't no devils, Democrats, and no. If you what Candace saying is that the Republican is Charlie got backdoored by. Candace said Charlie got killed by Republicans. Candace said Charlie got killed by Republicans. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't that dude who tried to assassinate President Trump, one of his parents? It's Republicans do everything. Nah, I'm just playing. Look, I'm just playing. And I ain't Republican. Nah, y'all Democrats, don't run with that. Don't do that. That's not right of me. I got to stay neutral. I have to. I just be wanting to say that to put them in their line because they think that because look, that's how the devil would do it. That, y'all, you see, the devil running the Mickey on the preacher. He don't even know the devil running the Mickey on him. The devil gonna bring you a form of godliness. The Republican Party is a form of godliness. If there's so many Republicans who are not Christians for real. There are so many Republicans who are not Christian. So if you saying they trying to separate the Democratic Party and make them look like they're a party of the devil, the reason why you doing that, I could tell you why you doing that. The reason why you doing that is because you trying to help them Republicans get votes. How you don't understand that? You trying to make the Democratic Party be the party of the devil, and you trying to do that to help Republicans get votes. That's all. What else is it doing? Because there's no way in the world that you can honestly and legitly tell me. So what else is that doing? I'm trying to figure it out. What else is it doing? You trying to get votes. Even your heart right, and you try and say if your heart in the right place. And say that you really you think that the Democrats are bad because they support transgenders or whatever. Or you really believe that they aren't gonna go to heaven. You know what I'm saying? Say you don't think the Democrats gonna go to heaven. I'm saying I don't know. You just being fooled. Somebody put pulling a Mickey on you, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Pulling a Mickey. Angelo! Hey, Angelo, post down in the stream for everybody to see. What's my record, my NFL record on my 5 picks so far? What's my record, Angelo, on my picks so far, my brother? Hey, Angelo, that's why I picked them picks, Angelo. Because I know you go come in this stream like I don't know what I'm talking about, Angelo. Every pick I picked, I ain't lost one. Who does that? Who comes on a live stream? See, if I come on here and talk politics, you know, he said that President Trump need to go at this point right now and start talking to the people. See, you could play that, you could manipulate that. But when I told y'all, Angelo, and I gave you the reasons why Carolina was gonna win, and I came back in here and what we talking about today? What happened? Not just Carolina, what happened with Tampa? What happened with everything? That's my vision. And I'm telling y'all, the only reason I didn't put no money on that, a 5-team parlay, $100 would have run you 8,000. So say Angelo last week, he didn't bet no money on the games because he like, well, you know, Ghost, I don't know. He kind of crazy. We don't know. We're going to see. But say, Angelo, you do it this week. A 5-team parlay when you, and I'm telling you, you can ask my homeboys back in Miss. I did that all the time without trying. I'm saying I'm doing it for a podcast where you could come on here and talk bad about me. I'm gonna try, and I'm not gonna lose. I don't never lose when I want to, bro. Everything in my life, I've done it without effort because I do not care. There's very little in life I don't care about. The only reason why I care about the law is because some dudes keep messing with me. That's it. I'm gonna motivate him to be great. I mean, that's just what I couldn't help it. I just was around dudes who they cared, like they keep messing with me. Oh, we motivate him to be great. You see what I'm saying? I'm not, look, it's neither here nor there. I'm not a crybaby. It's neither here nor there, but that's why I care about the law. If it was up to me, you think I'd be over here? Bro, I don't care. That's the difference between your preacher and me. He cares and I don't. Because if you make me care, I'm going to walk the dog on you, boy. That's what they did. They put me in a situation where you got a survival. I'm going to walk the dog on because I'm going to stop playing. And there's a man in Mississippi. He's seen that in me. He used to always walk around talk about potential. Because he's seen in me that there's a part of him that whenever he get in that thing, Angelo, whenever he in that thing and he telling you 1,000% dogmatic, you go against that. That's almost, I mean, you going against President Trump. I don't know you like that, but I'm the people that know me. I'm telling you that word I got. It don't matter how much power I got. I'm telling you, if you go against that, you're not gonna win. I'm not going to be like that all the time. I don't know what it come, but like when I try, it's like I start seeing, I could see things clear. Like when I was saying that, and I keep saying this, Angelo and Brian, because y'all Republicans, and I know that, and I think this is important. Whenever I seen President Trump, not only, okay, the stock market was doing bad at first, but he said it. Y'all remember he came out and said short-term pain, I got to fix a lot of stuff Joe Biden did. So the stock market went down for a minute, then it went back up. So when the stock market went on, we said golden age. I started doing golden age videos. I got a $20,000 check. I went on about my business. I wasn't even thinking about it. And then when I come back around, though, it probably about a couple of months later, bro. And I'm saying like the stock market was up, but everywhere I went, I would talk to a farmer in Illinois. I talked to all kind of different people, and they were talking about they was still hurting. They was hurting. So I started smelling something. That's what I'm saying, Angelo. I be seeing stuff that I just be sitting right here just chilling. And it's just some of the you call it a vision. When y'all say a vision, what do you look at? What when you call a vision? What do you see a vision? Do you see a vision like some stars or like a picture in the sky? That's not what a vision is to me. It's just like me, just like almost foreseeing something. It's almost like a dream, a vivid color dream. That's what a vision is for me. The Bible says without a vision, the people perish. So obviously what I'm talking about is something important. And I'm not saying a vision like, oh, some kind of great like wizard or nothing. No, it's like I just see a picture. And with President Trump, I saw a picture with him of things being in dismay and disoriented. You say, Ghost, you probably just looking at the first term he was president. Nah, it wasn't just from the first term he was president. But with all the stuff he had going on, I just seen a spiral of disorientation. Even though I should have took in consideration that a lot of people voted for him knowing that he's like a chaos type president or chaotic type. You see what I'm saying? But still in all, I seen that, and that's why I said it. That's why you need to go talk to them people right now. You waiting to do a town hall next year in March, it'll be too late. Too late. Oh, y'all see my boy King Fire. What's up, King Fire, baby? You said he 5 steps ahead on these foods. I don't think, Angelo, how is he 5 steps ahead on this food? It probably will, Angelo. I'm not saying that it won't be, but I'm saying, look, I'm telling you from what I'm seeing. Bro, look, okay, I hope you're right, Angelo. Because I'm talking about with the voters. You got elections with the voters. The voters are, why, if what you saying, Angelo, is true, why won't you tell the voters that? That's all I'm saying. Angelo, is what if what you saying is true, and it's as simple as you saying it, is that true? Why won't you go tell the voters? Because there's people who are hurting, who depended on him and voted for him and thought that I was gonna get it in the first day, in day one. Whatever help he got planned for the people, they thought it was coming on day one. He kept saying day one. So it's day 365 almost, or 360 or whatever, or 340 or whatever, and they don't see no change yet. So that's what I'm saying, Angelo. You gonna make them independents that y'all picked up, and Angelo, you gonna make them swing voters y'all picked up, they swinging back. That's why all the special elections, the Democrats winning them all. Because if you would have went out there and you, like, listen, you got to, that's what President Obama did. When he wanted to get that health care passed, he went and talked to the people. He knew it was hugely unpopular. He knew they was forcing something down the people's throat that they didn't really probably want. And he went out there, he had all the votes, like President Trump had all the votes for the big, beautiful bill, Angelo. He just shoved it down their throat. And in the end, healthcare 3 times higher. See, he'll pay for that politically. I'm telling you what I know. I don't care what you say, 5 steps ahead, 10 steps ahead. Angelo, we do this all the time. You ain't listening to ghosts. He gonna pay for that politically. What I'm saying, President Obama was in that same situation. Same exact situation where he had the White House, he had the Senate, and he had the House of Representatives. And healthcare, a large, unpopular bill. All those large bills seem to be unpopular with the American people for some reason. But President Obama went out there, he started selling healthcare to the people. That's why I was telling President Trump to do that. President Obama's approval rating, you look at his approval rating, it's a reason why his approval rating is that high. He listens to people. It's lessons that we learned in politics. President Trump might not have seen my face in politics, but it's lessons that I learned. I studied political. I told you that. I used to have mad conversations with my teacher. Even though I never was on a 9-to-5 for politics, bro, I was at the University of Southern Mississippi making A's in 400 level political science classes. Without studying, making A's in 400 level political science classes, having debates before in front of the class and with the other students. This was during President Trump, when President Trump was running for the White House too. This was during that time. I'm telling you, I've had those thoughts, those train of thoughts, those X's and O's on the square. I just haven't ran a campaign yet. I maybe started trying a little bit too early with Jasmine, you know what I'm saying? But I got a homeboy back at home. He already know. He might have said, Ghost, you know, we gonna wait 2 or 3 years, but he already know. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, Ghost gonna come through. He gonna be whatever I say in that state, he gonna be. That's what he gonna be. Because I know how to get them votes. And he a dude that everybody would love and vote for too anyway. Everybody will. I pick the candidates I pick, like, not see Jasmine. Not I love Jazz. You know I know what kind of person she is. I know Jasmine is good for the state of Texas as a senator. Real talk. I never seen her in a role as like a governor or a mayor. I have to see her in that role before I could say she would be good for the state of Texas if she gonna be a governor or something like that. But I'm saying as a senator, or because as a congressperson, I'm telling you, she did that job beautifully. So why couldn't she do it statewide? She proved her point. She proved she could do it in the district. I don't care what the Republicans saying. I don't care what none of them saying. I know what I'm talking about. Hey, he might not be able to smash it. He can't spell with blocks. He could pick some football teams, though. You feel me, Smashley? That boy smart. Smashley, tell Angelo, tell her, Angelo, tell her. Tell her, Angelo, anybody, look, how this dude gonna go eight? Look, the cases with my name on it that I litigated myself, I'm 7 wins and 1 loss against attorneys. Like, I show y'all that on the foot. That's why I told y'all I did that football piece, bro. When I tell you something, bro, like, it's 90% chance it's right. I might not could spell a word, but I'm still smarter than 99% of the people in this world. I might not could pronounce a word, but you bet your house on who gonna win that football game, or you bet your house on who gonna win. I'm telling you, if I get serious, bro, like, look, go ask the preacher what his advice is on A, B, and C, and ask me, and go do what he say and do what I say. The only way what he say gonna work better is if he behind the scenes trying to make what he say work. I'm gonna tell you what I say and turn around and walk off. The only time, Angelo, I looked again at them football games is to come on here and brag to y'all, to tell y'all I know what I'm talking about. Because I ain't even looking at the score. I ain't playing no money on them. And I know every team I told you was going to win. Not only did I say they was going to win, Angelo, I know they going to win. And I turned around and walked out. That's something that we could prove. That's why I do sports on Saturdays. Because we could prove that, Smashley. See, all this other stuff, he can't spell. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's like, you know, I can't spell. But I know if you don't listen to me, you're going to lose. If you a politician, you're going to lose. And President Trump is almost 99% going to lose the House. Because he didn't listen. The voters that moved away from him. You think the Democrat? So President Trump, listen to me, Angelo. President Trump, he got plans for next year. You don't think the Democrats got plans? You heard of Fighting Oligarchy 3.0. You don't think the Democrats got plans? The No Kings tour, they went from 5. Brian C. was on here telling me that you see what I'm saying? Brian, you know, that's my boy. But they went from 5 million to 7 million. So next year they're going to be at 10 million or 11 million. The Democrats been working hard to pull people from President Trump. President Trump just won the election. At this point, listen, Angelo, he didn't go to jail. He could have gone. That's miraculous. That's only one thing that he's done right. He won the election. That's big for him. But I'm saying that's one big, I done won 1 trillion big cases. I'm saying everything I tell you almost is going to be right. It ain't one big election I got to win and right, and I'm wrong on a whole lot. I'm saying you so right about, Angela, I promise you, if I was president of this country, and that's not hating on President Trump, them prices wouldn't be what they was if I said what I said. Because the people that know me too know I'm going to do what I say I'm going to do. Everything, the stuff that matters. He done a lot of stuff he said he was going to do, but the thing that's what got him elected the most is what he said he was going to do on the economy. He hadn't delivered on that. When you 5 steps ahead, when you going to be 5 steps ahead? Because I'm saying that sounds like a game, 5 steps ahead. These people won't help right now today. They don't care about no steps ahead. They don't care about these politics that these politicians be playing. The people want the help today, bro. He said the Democratic Party is delusional. He could prove it. Angelo, I'm smarter than 99% of them, and I could prove it. Anytime you want to match with, see, Angelo, did they say that, but they ain't gonna sit across the chess table with from me. Angelo, how your picks go, my boy? How them 2 touchdown passes that what's his name, 49ers quarterback throw? How about them 2 touchdown passes Seattle quarterback threw, Angelo? How about them touch? See, I don't be trying, but if I try, you see what I'm saying? The stuff that y'all can't see, I'm going to look straight through it. You feel me? I'm telling you, go listen to what the preacher's advice. Go listen to his advice, and then come back and tell me what he said. Because they done did it 1,000 times. And when I finish telling them what I gotta say, they can believe it. I mean, they know they expected the people they expect this from ghosts now, but all they gonna talk is the same crazy stuff. And that's why Angelo, you listening to me now. This ain't no VP here. Look, on the Jasmine thing, you listen, if at one particular time I see something and I don't see Jasmine winning, I'm not gonna come out on live stream and tell you Jasmine not gonna win. That's stupid. I'm a win, lose, or draw with Jasmine Crockett. I'm going to sink the ship with her. But I'm saying let's get off of Jasmine or something I like. Like with VP Harris, they try to use that against me because I wouldn't come out and say VP Harris was going to lose when I saw that she was going to lose. Look, let's not talk about nothing like that. Win, lose, or draw. Let's talk about anything else besides Jasmine. Let's see who's going to be right and wrong. You want to talk about who's smart and who not smart? Because it's easy to just be on here like a little 5-year-old. Let's talk about some smart stuff. And your word against mine and see who's going to win. Let's go in the court. Anything where it's a battle-oriented, court-wise, throwing hands-wise, anything battle-oriented, all that little piping on the sideline. I can't get into all that. I'm delusional, but he like 15-0 in hand-to-hand combat. He delusional, he don't lose no court cases. He delusional, he don't lose no football. He delusional, what he lose in? What you outmaneuver him in and he delusional? Nah, Angelo, I can't do that. If I predict she gonna win, if I see she gonna lose, I ain't gonna do that. That's what happened with VP Harris. Angelo, I saw that VP Harris. You asked my daddy and my mama. I told them both that President Trump was going to win that election. And when I say it, I'm not guessing. When I say I know it, I told them both. And 2 or 3 days after I told them that, I had to make myself feel good about what I seen. I was fighting what I seen. I had to make myself feel good about it. So I came out with a video called 3 Reasons Why VP Harris Will Become President. And I know I seen clearly that President Trump finna beat it. I told my daddy. I said, Daddy, I know, man. I don't know if I like or want to say this, but I think President Trump gonna win this election. Everything inside of me is telling me he finna win this election. And I told my mama the same thing. And just what I told them happened. And I came out to y'all and I kept on saying VP Harris because that's VP Harris. Angelo, you don't think she knew that President Trump was going to win before the election? You don't think she knew that? Y'all don't think she knew she was going to lose before the votes was tallied in? Y'all don't think she knew she was going to lose? She had people like me on her campaign. She was paying millions. I just ain't been getting paid millions yet. It's a bunch of people on her campaign. But yeah, man, Ghost been doing that for the longest of time. Y'all just finding that out. I'm just showing the internet that I could do it so they could believe me. You see what I'm saying? So, Angelo, whenever you get on the live stream, you know what I'm saying, and then it fell apart for President Trump, you know what I'm saying, I get on here and just be like, I try to tell you. Angelo, anybody could look good in foreign politics. Anybody could look good. American politics is completely different. Totally different. Completely. I'm saying if you say so, Angelo, if that's what you say. Nah, if that's what you, Angelo, how old you are. If common sense beat delusion, Angelo, then why your picks ain't winning? Why your picks ain't win, Angelo? If common sense beat delusion, Angelo, you should have known that Brock Purdy in week 18 is playing against the best defense in the league and in week 18. So you was delusional to think that he was going to throw 2 touchdowns, Angelo. To me, it's common sense that he would. You see what I'm saying? That's why I like talking sports, because you could judge a win and a loss. If we just sitting up here talking about, oh, you can't judge a win or a loss. All Angelo got to keep saying is delusional. Or you got to keep saying crazy. Or you just got to keep, this the same stuff. I heard all of these words before, Angelo. Angelo, when I won, you was on the channel when we were waiting on these cases and I won all them cases. Remember, Angelo, I heard all the same stuff before. All you got to do is keep on saying that, and you think that it's going to work. That it might work in some channels, Angelo, it just ain't going to work over here. That delusional word, you got to show me, because I'm going to call your card. And if you got to think against me, you going to lose. With me being delusional, you going to lose to a delusional dude. If it's a challenge. You're not going to win. You're not going to win. If it's a challenge, I'm going to delusionally beat you. And Angelo, you going to delusionally pick Brock Purdy to throw 2 touchdowns against the best defense in the league. But we're not going to talk about that, though. We're just going to say, oh, yeah, delusional, ha, ha, ha. but what was delusional, though, my boy Angelo, was you thinking that Brock Purdy was going to throw 2 touchdowns against the best defense in the league. I didn't want to tell you that, but that was delusional, and I knew it when you said that. Angelo, you ain't go to that church where the preacher told you was a black man. And Angelo kept on looking in the mirror and seeing his face ain't black, but the preacher said, you delusional, Angelo, you black. It's just like President Trump. He keeps saying the same thing over and over with a strong voice, and he expects somebody to believe him. He know that most people don't believe it. Angelo, if you keep calling Kamala a certain name, most of y'all gonna believe it. Because most people, that's how they are. They mind soft. My mind ain't that soft. You can't say nothing and talk me off my square. If I move out the squares because I want to, anything you say is irrelevant. Only thing gonna happen, because I'm so delusional, I'm gonna go file another lawsuit, Angelo. I'm gonna go work on another lawsuit today. You gave me something to do. Because I'm so delusional, Angelo, I'm gonna go file another one today. I'm gonna go work on another one today. We'll see if we could get 10 of them filed. They ain't gonna wait for them to spin back around, Angelo. We gonna go ahead and start doing the next one before they spin back around. So when they spin back around, we'll have like 3 of them to file instead of 1. So that's the only thing. It's like, Angelo, it's like people, it's like, why would you deport Garcia only for him to be brought back to the country? I don't do stuff like that. I don't do stuff that ain't gonna stand. Like, why you gonna say stuff to some dude who you wasting your voice and money? Imagine how much money you spending. You wasting your voice and your money and losing. You wasting your voice, your money, and losing at the same time. But I'm delusional. Hey, you can't get your 5-year-old to believe that. What make you think I'm gonna fall for that? Some dude over here telling me to sell my BMW. Dude got a brand new Hummer and he telling me to sell my BMW. Bro, but it's people in his church that fall for that. He been running game like that on them for years. Angelo, your homeboy from Jersey, he fell for that too. He might not be your homeboy, but I know I know a dude from Jersey go to that dude's church. He fell for that too. He fall for it. He'll tell you to be poor and be broke and not have nothing, and he got a brand new Hummer. And he'll call you delusional. If I keep calling you delusional, eventually you gonna start believing it. Is that how it is? Is that what it is? Angelo, if I keep on calling, some people they gullible like that. You could tell them something and they'll believe it. They'll fall for it. One thing you can't get me to fall for, if you take money from me, Angelo, you could talk to your face turn. I don't care what color it is. Because Angelo, it's one thing for certain and two things for sure. Ain't none of us in America that like me that's scared of nothing in America. Maduro might be scared of you because he's not an American. Maduro can't take you to an American court. I could take you to an American judge who could tell you to sit down and shut up. I could take President Trump, Angelo, to an American judge, me, myself, who would tell President Trump to sit down and shut up. Now, who delusional? You want to see? I'll show you. They tell him to sit down and shut up all the time. You see what I'm saying? He delusional to where he thought he could just do in America what he could do overseas. President Trump was delusional. That stuff ain't gonna fly on Americans. You could do that to Maduro and them. You doing that to us. It's tough to do. But he could pass world peace before he could lower a price in America. American politics is tough. He could solve world peace over there before he could lower $1 in America. Because America is tough, bro. It's tough. You could be a hero overseas, but in America, you could be a hero over there. But in America, though, it's tough, my boy. It's tough. What's your approval rate look like, Angelo? It's tough, ain't it? Is your approval rate even at 40%? It's tough in America. Worldwide, though, they love you. Your approval rate worldwide is 70%, but in America, you can't even get 4 out of 10 people to like you. It's tough. Don't get delusional now. Let's say about delusional. Let's talk about delusional, though. What's that approval rating like, Angelo? It's tough in America, boy. You're talking about delusional. It's tough in America, but overseas, you a big dog. You a king. You gonna be president in 2028. Yo, he's talking about delusional. Well, he ain't delusional about everything I say. I do it. I ain't gonna tell the American people I do something for them and don't do it, Angelo. I would never do that. Ask the people who know me. Everything I say, I do. I stand thin on what I say, or I'm not gonna say it. You talking about Kamala? Who's supporting Kamala? Angelo, ain't nobody in here supporting Kamala. You acting like y'all still talking like Kamala and Joe Biden president. Kamala and Joe Biden been on. Kamala ain't even trying to be president no more. She making millions, writing books. She ain't even trying to be president. Who talking about Kamala? Ain't nobody trying to be president. Ain't no presidential election coming up until J.D. Vance and them run. Angelo, I ain't trying to be no president. Karl Rove ain't the president. He just tell the president what he need to do. You think Donald Trump couldn't win that election, Angelo, without people telling him what he need to do? You feel that? Angelo, I know he your hero. I know he your hero, but he not that smart. It's people way smarter than him, and I'm one of them. I'm sorry to say it, President Trump. I'm just be real with you. It's a lot of stuff you did, President Trump, that were boneheaded. And I said straight up before you did it, it was boneheaded. And I'll give you a solution, a political solution that, Angelo, I could tell the people that sound way better than what he's doing. I'm not trying to be no president. That's crazy. Why I'm trying to be president, I'm trying to wonder why we got a $38 trillion debt. Because we got idiots running the country. I'm trying to wonder why all our leaders on the Epstein list. How all your leaders on the Epstein list? Because we got idiots running the country. And we say we ain't got idiots no more, but what has changed, Angelo? What's changed? And then now they blaming it on the deep state. You heard that, Angelo? The conservatives, they blaming the deep state. It's the deep state. The deep state trying to make President Trump look bad. Oh, it's the deep state. Is that the same deep state that President Trump fired him? Didn't he fire all the deep state or whatever? Oh, was trying to. And now it's the deep state got President Trump looking bad. But I'm delusional. Nah, Angelo, I live in reality. I'm probably the only person I know live in reality. Just listen to people talk. Just listen to people talk. You feel me? Just listen to them talk. Like saying, I don't know, I can't pick football picks. Yeah, you delusional. You feel me? Yeah, you delusional. Pick your teams and I'll pick mine. I want to do something that we can see a result in. See a case take too long. Now, I win all the cases, but they take like a year or two. And then after I beat him on the case, I'm saying all he going to do is just keep messing with me. Because his feelings hurt, his pride hurt. He trying to win. But he can't win. Bro, I done beat the smartest people, some of the smartest people. I done played chess against him and beat him. Beat him on the regular. Angelo, what's delusional about that? If you want to say so, man, you feel me? If you want to say so, man, we could believe whatever we want to believe. You feel me? I just hope they don't never need my advice. That's what I hope. I hope they don't never need it. I hope they don't never need it, Angelo. God will humble somebody. He'll put you in that spot. Since you piping and you don't have the proper respect and gratitude, God will humble you. And I hope you don't never need it. Because God do humble us, Angelo. Are you a Christian? Don't our Bible teach that God humble all of us, right? So while you piping and don't have gratitude and respect, not you, Angelo, but whoever, while they piping and don't have the gratitude and respect that they need and supposed to have, I hope God don't humble you. Angelo, if he's so smart, why you gotta go hire military contract? Why you hiring people to do any? I don't hire nobody to do nothing. You would think if somebody you would hire, wouldn't you think you would hire a lawyer? I don't even hire lawyers. I'm saying the only person I hire is a doctor. You know what I'm saying? I don't even hire a lawyer. Anything else in life that I need to do, really, I could fix my car, but I just don't feel like doing it. They're lazy. They're lazy. You could say lazy. I'm real lazy now. I'll tell you that. Very lazy. But delusional, that ain't really one of the words. I don't think that's one of the words. No, with me, I'm too real, bro. Like, I'm all the way authentic. I'm not going to get up to you in front of the American TV and tell the people nothing that's a lie. That I know is a lie. Like I'm going to lower the price of groceries on day one. I wouldn't do that. Not at 45. I might did that when I was hustling people in my 20s. When I used to sell drugs, Angelo, when I was a lost, hellbound heathen, I might do that. I'm not going to do that today. I'm not going to lie to people like that. Ask the people what I lie to them about. The stuff I say I'm going to do that I don't do. At this age, 45, I'm not 70, I'm 45. Wait till I mature to that age. I'm 45, that made a lot of mistakes. Like when I say I don't try or put forth no effort, not only that, I'm saying I made a lot of mistakes in my 20s. I was in and out of jail in my 20s. Preacher man wasn't doing that. Preacher man was trying hard, married, had 15 kids and everything. I wasn't thinking about no kids, bro. I was however many, whatever inches deep inside these females. Bro, you can't compare yourself. Talk about what you know today. You talking about how you got $10 million or $2 million 1,000 years ago. Talk about what you know today. You feel me? What you know today. It ain't not, bro, Angelo, but this ain't about to you it's about a Republican and Democrat. To you, it's about that. To God, it ain't about Republican and Democrat. And I'm where God is, Angelo. It's not about Republican and Democrat. The Republicans wrong just like the Democrats wrong on a lot of stuff. It's a form of spirituality. That's all it is. Oh, I'm against transgender rights. But the dudes be gay, Angelo. But they against gay rights. There's gay Angelo, you know there's gay Republicans. Like say if Pete Buttigieg was a Republican. Real talk. But politically he'll be against gay people getting married and he'll be a gay dude. But he against gays getting married. It's just political. It's not got nothing to do with God. It's politics. I don't know how you don't know how to separate politics from God. It's two different things. They're similar, but that's how it's going to be with the Antichrist. Angelo, when the devil went to Eve, what he told Eve that God said was similar to what God said. As a matter of fact, it was the exact same thing that God said besides one word. So when you compare Republicanness to Christianity, it's the same thing, but one word, and that one word is Jesus. It ain't funny, it's serious. That one word is Jesus. You take Jesus out the Republican Party, they just the same as the Democrats. You don't see that. I don't see how, if you a real Christian, I don't see how you can't see that. If you're a real Christian, I don't see how you can't see that. You take Jesus ain't in the Republican Party. I could understand you saying that Republicans stand for things that Christians stand for, so I'm going to be a Republican because I feel like a better Christian as a Republican. That's what you need to be saying. That's the truth. That's not delusional. That's truth. Because you delusional if you think God is a Republican. You delusional if you think Republican is even in the Bible or is it even a concept of God. You delusional if you think that. Delusional. It's a lot of corrupt Republicans, Angelo. They just not, they corrupt in different ways. They sin in different ways, but they still sinners. Democrats are more blatant with their stuff, but I don't think Jasmine is trying, like what VP Harris said, it's not the government's place to tell a woman what to do with her body. I don't think a Democrat is trying to I don't know. They might be intentionally go against God or something like that. I don't think that's what it is. I think they just misguided. They think they protecting transgenders from getting murdered. by a Republican, Christian Republican, who believes in Jesus, even though Jesus told him, "Thou shalt not kill." He's still a murderer. He can't. That scripture ain't in the Republicans' Bible. Thou shalt not kill. Some Republicans, they ain't never read that scripture before, but they believe in Jesus and preaching and teaching Jesus. But they murderers. That's the first thing God said, when thou shalt not kill. That's the first commandment he gave to man. That's the first rule he gave to man. And you can't follow God's first rule, but you a Christian though. Yeah, they were murdering transgenders in Mississippi. So that's why Democrats be trying to protect them. It's like a bleeding heart thing, Angelo. They protect everything. Protect the whales, protect the butterflies, protect the sunflower seeds. Democrats just, you know what I'm saying? They just, but they wrong for that. But you're not going to tell me that Jasmine is going to hell because she's a Democrat. I mean, I'm not going to be, you can't, that's what I'm saying, Angelo. My mind, you got to find you somebody who, my mind might not be like all the way copacetic as far as healthy, but it's not weak. It's not weak, Angelo. I might be nice and empathetic and full of mercy. You see what I'm saying, Angelo? But my mind ain't weak. It's just because I choose to be nice. Or I choose to back down. I'm not weak-minded. You can't just keep telling me the same thing like he did to the American people. That's what made me think he a con artist, Angelo. Because, see, he know if he keep telling American people that Kamala Harris is, they going to believe him. That's not going to work on me. You start to keep telling me the same thing, I'm going to go sue you. Whatever you telling me not to do it, I'm going to do it 10 times. I'm not Maduro. Ain't no Americans Maduro. Ain't no Americans scared of President Trump like that. If they was, why he can't do what he do over there? He can't do that over here. You can't even get the price of, he can't lower gas when he want to. This America politics. This ain't Russia. In Russia, the Russian leader do what he want to. In China, the Chinese leader almost do what he want to. In America, the American leader can't do nothing. You can't get nothing done. The government finna be locked down for 3-5 months again. They ain't even gonna be able to get a budget passed. And who delusional? You can't even get a budget passed. You can't even lower. You know how, Angelo, you know how bad President Trump want to lower the price of health care? He can't even lower health care. Who delusional? You so powerful and big and strong, you can't even get health care lowered. That's been 3 months. You know why he'll do that over in Venezuela? Because it's easy to do that in Venezuela. Ain't nobody gonna get in your way. You got the CIA riding with you. You could do that anywhere in the world. But coming over in America, doing that talking ain't gonna fly. I could take you right to a court, right down the street, and check you. I don't care who you are. It ain't like that in America. It's easy to do that over there. To do that over there, it's easy to be the big guy over there. Be the big guy in America. Pass a healthcare bill if you a big guy. Lower the price of goods if you a big guy. I'm saying if you a big guy in America, do that in America. If you a big guy. I don't think I'm delusional. I think some people delusional saying that affordability ain't even a problem. Affordability, even though I did say I'm gonna lower the prices on day one though, but it's not really, Angelo, it's not even really a problem. I'm not delusional, Angelo. Real talk, I'm not trying to be no president. I'm just trying to help. You ain't gotta listen to nothing I say, just don't need my advice. That's all I'm gonna say. I hope God don't want to teach you something, because I know he gonna teach you some stuff. If you want to see ghosts predict something, see if I'm delusional about this. See if I'm delusional about this, Angelo. And when it happened, I ain't even gonna laugh. I don't even celebrate no more. It's boring to me. I'm starting to get boring with this. It's boring to me. When it happened, because I'm so used to my whole life people laughing at me and what I said gonna happen to him happened just how he said it. whole life. Talking about somebody delusional. He running me down and I'm delusional. He running me down and I'm delusional. You a rich preacher dude and you worried about this dude and you delusional. He say it's God. It's God though. It's God. It's God. Get your millions, God. It's God. Yeah, me millionaire God. Salty spotted dog. Ain't nobody salty. I'll tell you the real. I'm going to tell you what's real. You telling me what y'all talking. You think because you in a circle with people and y'all all talking and believing the same thing, y'all the blind leading the blind, y'all all going to the ditch. You just don't know it yet. You can't see it. I'm watching you. I'm by myself. God got me right where I need to be to watch you. And y'all all finna walk over there in the ditch. Who trying to be the president? That's the stupidest thing I ever heard in my life. If I was trying to be, I would have ran for a political office. I know how to win the election, numbnuts. Why wouldn't I run? What? I'm not trying to be no president. I'm not trying to be no kind of politics and no kind of nothing politics. Nothing. That's crazy. Why would I? I know what it is. I see what you can't see. I ain't trying to be nothing to do with no politics. I'm trying to have a job advising a politician because he need advice. There ain't nothing he can do in America without advice. Maybe some business stuff. He needs advice. He got thousands, or let me say hundreds of advisors. And I'm better than all of them that he got. I know this. What? Delusional? If you say so. I'm just saying, I'm going to tell you when you going to hit your head, though. And when you hit your head, then I ain't going to laugh at you. I'm just telling you it's coming. You got about 12, we in 2026, you got less than 12 months. But it's coming, though. We gonna see about delusional though. You gotta watch them words. That's the thing. God said, "Be not hasty to utter anything out of your mouth." God said, "Be not hasty to utter anything out your mouth." These people today, they say anything. That's why you always getting sued. You always. That's how God think about some of y'all. Preacher man, the dude who's scared. Everybody's scared to tell you about yourself. God sent me, preacher, to tell you about you. That's how God think about you. Always. Bro, people get so focused on trying to prove a point. You feel me? People be trying to prove points so hard, man. Like, it ain't no point to prove. He wants somebody. Some men want somebody to submit to him so bad. Like he needs somebody to submit to him. That's why he think I'm trying to be president. Angelo, they say I try to be president one day. They gonna say I'm trying to be Jay-Z or P. Diddy tomorrow. They don't know what. They just talk and do anything, try anything, say anything. You just an anything person. That's why you $38 trillion in debt. That's why all your leaders on the Epstein list. That's all I gotta say. 38 trillion in debt and all your leaders on the Epstein list. One thing for certain and two things for sure. I ain't 38 trillion in debt. I don't even know if it's $38 trillion in the world. I ain't $38 trillion in debt and my name ain't on no Epstein list. It wouldn't even been an Epstein list if I was around any leader in America at that time when Epstein was alive and was doing what he was doing. It wouldn't even be an Epstein list. When you talking about delusional, I'm talking about you weren't advising that president with the Epstein. Who was advising President Bush during the Epstein years? Huh? Who was advising? You talking about delusional. It wouldn't even be no Epstein list if it wasn't for me. Because I'm saying y'all to be too scared to tell the president too. Y'all be too scared to tell him the truth. I'm just being real. I'm not delusional, Angela. I'm real. I'm real aware of everything that's going on. I don't think I'm in no mansion. I know I'm smarter than you. Sit down across at that chess table. We're going to see who's delusional. See there, that's what I'm saying. You sit across that chess table, we're going to see who's delusional. Because you got, they got them people fooled. I got a disability, my guy. That's not no delusion. It might be to you. That's the world you living in. I can't live in your world. He living in a world where you 38 trillion in debt and you think you in good shape. And you 38 trillion in debt and you think you in good shape. That's what world you live in. When I don't got no money, I know I ain't got no money. You 38 trillion in debt, you ain't got no money. How you gonna be 38 trillion in debt and rich? If you 38 trillion in debt, you ain't rich. You a breath of God away from being a third world country. That's what you are. I'm just being real. See, that's what you saying delusional. Now, see, I'm gonna start hurting people's feelings. And you know, I'm a patriot. I love my country. But I'm just being real. You saying I'm delusional now, I'm gonna hurt your feelings now. You can't be saying stuff like, because those words be real to me. The word delusional, I know what that really means. I'm a paralegal that wins. You feel me? I know what them words mean. So I'm saying if you using that word, I'm thinking it mean what you really mean. And you mean I might just be kind of like psychedelic or something. That might be the word you trying to use. You know what I'm saying? You might be trying to use a different kind of word, you know what I'm saying? But when you use the word, I know what the word delusional mean. That's like a state you almost need to be in the hospital if you in that kind of mindset. For a person like me, you need to be in the hospital. And people always challenging my mind. Because I got a disability, that's crazy to me. They challenge my mind. I'm not delusional about nothing, homeboy. Sit across from that chess table. Stop talking and sit down at that chess table. Stop throwing rocks and hiding your hands. Put your name on what you're doing. I put my name on every lawsuit I file. Every lawsuit I file, I put my name on it. I'm delusional and you won't even admit nothing you doing. And I'm delusional. I'm delusional. They won't admit nothing they doing, but I'm saying I put my name on every lawsuit I file. I put my name on a lawsuit on Friday, and I'm suing the city. This dude a millionaire messing with people who ain't got money. I'm suing the city. We not the same. And he a millionaire messing with people who don't have money and still throwing rocks and hiding his hands. You can't make it up. It's facts. I'm not delusional. I know what's going on. He a millionaire who got money and he mess with people who ain't got no money. And when he do it, he throw rocks and hide his hands. I'm a dude who ain't got no money who mess with cities and billionaires, almost trillionaires. And every time I sue them, I put my name on that paper, boy. And I put my name on the top of it next to theirs, and I sign it. And I file it with the federal government. I tell the world, with my name signed on there, you sign one piece of paper saying that you're doing something to me, and see how delusional we are. Angelo, tell them that. For real. Tell him, Angelo, tell him to sign one piece of paper. See, you talking about delusional, Angelo. You can't sit on this live stream with me and get to talking now, because I'm a show you some stuff about life that you ain't never seen before. He ain't never looked at this before. But I'm saying, you sign one piece of paper, Mr. Tough Guy. I don't care who you are. You could be President Trump. You sign one piece of paper, and my knowledge of it. You could be Cash Patel. You talking about delusional. You sign one piece of paper, and on that paper, it's doing any kind of harm to me, and your name on it, and watch what's going to happen. Mr. Delusional. Sign it in public. Sign it to where, because I'm saying every paper I'm signing all of them. If Social Security don't pay me what they supposed to, I'm gonna sign my name on that paper when I sue them. I sign my name on every document that I file against, so I ain't throwing no rocks, I ain't hiding no hands. I'm not delusional about nothing, boy. But I'm saying, you sign your paper, your name on one piece of paper. Dudes be telling jokes, and they telling jokes at me. I'm standing in the gas station with this dude. He telling jokes about me, but he won't even say it to me. He's saying it about me, but he won't even say it to me. He won't even let me know you addressing me. Boy, if I got something to tell you, I'm going to tell you to your face. Ask anybody who know me. That's why they respect me and they don't respect half of y'all. Because I'm real with it. There ain't no delusions over here, Angelo. He delusional. That's why he won't put his name on nothing he doing. Tell him to sign that name. Tell him to put his name on a paper that coming at me. Because I come for him, tell him he owe me 100 racks. And I'm going to sign my name on the bottom of that paper. Where my folder at? My name signed on these papers. I'm signing my name on the bottom of it. You see that, boy? Angelo, that's my name on that paper, boy. What I'm delusional about, Angelo? You see my name, don't you? That's my name. Hold up, let me get to the end of the document. I'm trying to figure out what I'm delusional about, boy. You see that, boy? It's just a copy. That's a signature line. I'm signing my name on what I'm doing to you. Put your name on one. I don't care who you are. If I'm delusional, Angelo. Put your name. I don't care who you are. You could be the FBI. Put your name in a signature on one document on something you doing to me, boy. Let's see about it. Because I'm putting my name on everything I'm doing at you. I'm trying to get you. I'm looking for ways to get you. Putting my name on all of it. I'm not delusional about nothing. Because you bigger and stronger than somebody, Angelo, and you a bully. What's that mean? What's that make you? Angelo, because people be bullies. He a bully. You a bully. Now, what's that make you? Like, you strong? You not strong. Ain't none of these people we talking about, Angelo, will beat me in the hand-to-hand combat. Not one of them. How they strong? Do you got people who are listening to you? They only listen to you because you're supposed to be following either God's law or the U.S. law. That's the only reason they're supposed to be respecting you. But these dudes are corrupt. Preachers and presidents at the same time. They corrupt, bruh. They not real for real. Who delusional? What the Bible say, Angelo, about the last days? Who delusional? What the Bible say about a great falling away in the last days? Angelo, who delusional? That's the preacher too. Who delusional? Angelo, you a Christian, but you want to be in the crowd, in that world crowd. You want to be in the world crowd as a Christian. You ain't supposed to separate yourself and be a peculiar person as a Christian. Who delusional? Quoting scriptures that ain't even in the Bible. Show me where it say in the Bible about taking smoke up your nostril. Because that scripture's in the Bible more than once, more than 2 times, more than 3 times. But God just forgot to mention that taking smoke up your nostrils is a sin. He forgot to mention it. The Almighty Holy God. Oh, it wasn't written at that time. Oh, it wasn't? What's taking smoke up your nostril? Because that's in the Bible. You might not know that, but I know that. And it's in there more than once, 2 or 3 times. Ain't nobody told me that. I researched it myself. So I'm saying, it is in the Bible, but God ain't say nothing about it being a sin. But you go talk to little doofus preacher, but here it's a whole sin. You going to hell for cursing. Huh? What? You talking about Peter, but and the same cursing Peter that God said he gonna build a rock on the cursor. But the preacher said he going to hell for cursing. But I'm delusional. And he got scriptures that ain't even in the Bible, Angelo. But I'm delusional. Nah, bruh. Bruh, nah. Somebody wake me up. I must be asleep. Because you could pay a lot of people to like you or listen to you, or because your name, Michael Jordan, don't mean nothing to God. As long as you understand it, Angelo, make sure you understand, you separate reality from fiction. Angelo, if your name Donald J. Trump or Gregory Dixon, the difference means nothing to God. Just don't be delusional about God. We could be delusional about this stuff on this earth. Let's not be delusional about Jehovah Jireh. Because with God, it don't matter what your name is, how much money you got, or where you from. Nah, let's not get delusional. This the real Christianity. This ain't no fake version of Christianity. This ain't no Christian nationalism. This the real Christianity. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm saying, hey. Piece of God. Piece of God. But Netanyahu didn't say he was a Christian. Netanyahu is a Jew. He a Hebrew. He ain't never said he was a Christian. You saying I can't be a Christian and support Netanyahu? Why you gonna say Netanyahu? Why you can't say the Israeli people? If you talk to Netanyahu will tell you he doing that for the Jews. That's what he'll tell you, though, piece of God. Netanyahu will say he doing that because he protecting the homeland. The Hebrews are some of the oldest civilization on the face of the earth. If you guys do not know that, their civilization date back 6,000 plus years, 6,000 years. Since the beginning of time. Some of the first written communication language on the face of the planet, the Hebrews. But their nation only 75 years old. Think about how old China is. Even America's 200 some years old. And America's like one of the newest nations. Israel's only 75 years old. You know why? Because they done got kicked out their land 2 times. They got ran out of their land 2 or 3 times. Netanyahu, Bibi said he tired of that. He ain't trying to do that no more. It's 2 sides to every story. I'm going to look at both sides extensively. I ain't scared of nobody. Walking the face of the earth. Ain't no dude finna talk me, play me, nothing me to convince me to go either way. I'm going to look at both sides. BB wrong on some things, but he right on some things too. A lot of things. He right on a lot more things than he wrong on. Look, this for y'all conservative people who said that Israel backed their military up when that happened on October 2023, you know, when the supreme leader and the Iranians attacked Israel. Remember that? Supreme leader and the Iranians and Hezbollah or whoever, Hamas, they attacked Israel and Israel retaliated. They said that Israel backed their army down. I ain't saying they backed their army down. Maybe Netanyahu tired of dealing with that. So that could go either way. Yeah, BB don't start no kids or no women, but what women and kids he starving now? He ain't starving no women or kids no more. So I'm saying, like, I'm trying to figure out what's going on with BB. We talking about BB. Y'all, it's almost 10 o'clock. Your boy Big Ghost Rider still rocking with y'all. Good thing I got found no cases today, huh? No documents today. You right though. Jesus do believe in justice for all, but not a select few. But what I'm trying to say is God's gonna deliver that justice for all. That justice for all isn't gonna get delivered necessarily all the time right now. You know what I'm saying? It might not get delivered. God might deliver that. You might have to wait for God to deal with President Trump or BB Netanyahu or that preacher we talking about. But I'd rather have the preacher deal with me than God deal with me. Now I'm gonna get tired of the preacher. Like I said, I go slap him, smash him. You feel what I'm saying? But I mean, it's funny, but it's real. You did worse than that. But I'm saying, well, God dealing with you. And if God gonna deal with it, that's what the Bible said. The first place that Jesus came from, after he come back, the first place when they see Jesus, he come from the church with a sword dripping in blood. Sword dripping in blood. Somebody said the party that defended slavery, you mean the Democratic Party? Maybe so. But like I say, bro, you act like, look, either way y'all go, you trying to convince me of picking a party. I picked a party. My party is Jesus. That's my party. You're not going to give me to choose. I'm going to go be with J.D. Vance. So where my J.D. Vance money at? I'm not finna just be no Republican or no Democrat. I don't care about neither party. That's what I'm telling you. When JD said that Christianity, yeah, that's why I did that live stream about my boy. That's what I care about. I care about God, real God, Jehovah, not no Republican Party God. I got the Republican Party and God. It's not you take the Republican Party and Jesus or the Democrat Party and Satan. It's not 2 for 1. That's what you don't realize. Yeah, Jesus Christ don't have nothing to do with the Republican Party. You can say yourself as a human, or you can say yourself as a Christian chooses, you do, to associate with the Republican Party because their values closely aligned with what you believe as a Christian. But you cannot sit here and try to make it seem like if you do not vote for a Republican, you're not a Christian. Because if you saying that, where's the basis of that? Where's your basis of that? Jesus, to follow Jesus, you have to follow the Republican Party. Where your basis of that at? In the Bible. You can't keep saying the same thing. In the military, they do that. That's where President Trump get that from. You keep saying the same things over and over, and eventually it'll settle in, it'll sink in. I guess that's how you break people, because the military break people. But they do it for a good reason, not like the preacher just want to exert dominance over somebody. Like, what? Boy, you're not Jesus. You can't, you trying to do, he's trying to do God's work. God, you can't do God's, you can do, they say doing God's work, but God's work really was to die for us. That's Jesus' work, was the death, sacrifice. You can't do that. That's why when you go to heaven, they will go read your Bible, get up there with John and go up into heaven in Revelations. And when they were in heaven, he got the books open. He looking for somebody who worthy enough. He looking for God, looking for somebody worthy enough. He can't find nobody. Paul wasn't worthy. Peter wasn't worthy. John the Baptist wasn't worthy. Job wasn't worthy. Ain't none of them was worthy. You know who we found that was worthy? The lamb that was slain. You can't mix nothing with that. You can't mix no Donald Trump with that. You can't mix no Republican Party with that. You can't mix follow no preacher with that. Always trying to dilute the blood of Jesus. Don't dilute God's blood with nothing. Jesus and God, and that is what that is. Now, when you come down over here, Angelo, if we over here, and you want to say over here, the Republican Party is have more morals than the Democratic Party. If you saying that over here, then I agree with you over here. But don't do that up here. You trying to do that up here where you elevating that party with Jesus. You talking about a political party with half of their leaders on the Epstein list. You elevating them with Jesus. You might as well elevate, bro. I would rather elevate the Catholic Church. I would rather elevate the Catholic Church up there with Jesus than I would the Republican Party. At least the Catholic Church, the Pope, and every day he talking about Jesus. They might be up in there playing with little boys and stuff. They probably on the Epstein list too in the Catholic Church. Probably. Some of them. Oh, you seen that Pope, that preacher? I'm not that preacher, that priest, he was on the Epstein list. You feel me? It's worse than the Epstein list. But I'm saying little boys. Well, I guess Jeffrey was messing with little girls, but little something is a little something. But I'm saying at least I'd rather the Catholic Church every day. They talking about, Jeffrey, he messing with little girls and then he drinking beer too. He messing with little girls and he snorting cocaine too. He messing with little girls. Him messing with little girls, that was the least of what he was doing. I could promise you. Well, the most of it, but I'm saying he was doing a lot of other sin too. And the Republican Conservative Party, they doing a lot of other sins too. You got to separate Jesus. At least in the Catholic Church, they're probably doing sins, but they at least acting like they not doing those sins. They acting like they care about Jesus. They acting like they gonna live for Jesus. I'm saying President Trump ain't trying to act like he gonna live for Jesus. The only reason why because he's 80 years old. At 80 years old, he trying to stay alive. How you trying to stay alive? You can't be hitting no girls. What if he was 50 though? You think if President Trump was 50 years old, he would be the man he is at 80? Because I'm saying Ghost is 45. I'm saying Ghost was 40 when I was celibate for 4 years. I started that at 40 years old. You talking about people being on the Epstein list, they started getting to the Epstein list at 40. At 40, I practiced celibacy for 4 years. That's what I did at 40. I'm not delusional about nothing, my boy. Nothing. We could talk about the preacher, and I'm going to tell you something that the preacher's saying. Yep. Tell you something the preacher's saying. Yep. But I'm the one that's delusional. Gotta make it make sense, man. Look, Paul said, look, y'all stay on here with that left versus right stuff. Have you figured out what a woman is yet? I don't think they have, Paul. I don't think they have. I don't think they have nothing to do with I could say Republican Party. What about that 500 tons of food that you burned? If there's one scripture in the Bible that God says more than anything else, I can't help you don't know your Bible. I said in the Bible. I can't help you don't know that feeding the poor is in the Bible over 300 times. You don't know that. I can't help that, and I do. Do I got something in my hand looking that up? Go research me, fact check me. Feeding the poor is in the Bible over 300 times. You talking about love. You talking about words like charity, things that have, but you going to burn 500 tons of food and let humanity starve. A percentage of humanity, I don't care if it's 2%, it's 2% too many. You got 500 tons of food. You burn 500 tons of food and you let one kid starve. But you represent Jesus. You think God care more about you voting for a Democrat who can't pass one law to help one transgender? You understand that, huh? What law gonna pass through Congress? A Democrat gonna help a transgender? What law gonna pass in America in 2026? I want to see that. I want to see you vote for a Democrat. Listen to how smart they are. I'm delusional. I want to see you vote for a Democrat and they take over. Jasmine take over as a Democrat in Texas. I don't care if the Democrats got the House and the Senate. What transgender law they gonna get passed? Since I got the mental problem, what's transgender law they gonna get passed, Angelo? If the Democrats got the House and the Senate, and I voted for Jasmine, what transgender law she gonna get passed? Because if I'm not mistaken, it's that court is the one who's doing all that stuff. It's the court doing that. You're not voting for no Supreme Court justice. God controlling when them Supreme Court justices are living and dying. You just can't see what I could see. That's what I'm saying. You voting for a Democrat or not voting for a Democrat. I voted for a Republican. I'm a good old Republican black boy. I voted for a Republican, but I've been down there fornicating. God care about me voting for Republican, but he don't care about me sleeping with people that's not my wife. He don't care nothing about that. He don't care nothing about so-and-so and such and such getting accused of A, B, C, D. God don't care nothing about that. He care about me voting Republican. That's what God care about. He don't care about me being celibate for 4 years while all y'all Republicans on the Epstein list. God don't care about the Epstein list. It's clown stuff. I'm not delusional. Y'all delusional. I can promise you that. Sit across the chess table with me. I'll show you better than I can tell you. I don't care who you are. If you right about what you're saying, I'm going to just say you right. I'm not going to argue with you or say no outlandish stuff. I don't do that no more. I used to. When I was lost, I used to. I'm a Christian. I don't do that no more. I'll just be real and just be straight up factual. Just be real. You know what I'm saying, y'all? I'll be right back, man. What's cracking, though? Hey, Angelo, he delusional. Oh, they're still in here. Liposuction. That right there is that go to 2-year-old mind. It's like first they'll do the insults. First they'll do like realistic like insults. You see what I'm saying? First they're gonna try to make you sound like you delusional, make you like lose hope or lose some kind. I don't know what it is that they do. I ain't into trying to manipulate people. Why would I try to manipulate somebody God died for? That don't make no sense to me. But I'm delusional. I'm trying to manipulate, but I guess the preacher say he manipulating them for God. Like that make any more sense? But I'm delusional. Well, like you got the power, you can't even manipulate yourself to stop killing people. How you gonna manipulate somebody for God? But hey, but so I'm delusional, but I'm trying to manipulate people. Like why I gotta manipulate somebody that God died for? And if God ain't died for him, then the devil gonna get their soul. So what I got a realistic view of this. So I don't have no place in this. If I had kids, I would be concerned with my kids. That's about it, though. And what God tell me, because I'm not. delusional. God said, man shall not live by bread alone, but every word that comes out the mouth of the preacher. That's what the Bible says. If the preacher said that smoking is wrong, I might die from it. But God ain't put it in the Bible. Look, what I'm saying is right. You're not going to beat me in no argument. Well, it might sound crazy. When I was young, I used to be like Charleston White. I used to say a whole bunch of crazy stuff. It might sound crazy, but I promise you it's be spot on. And that's why I did them football picks. That's really the only reason why I did it. Because I wanted to show y'all. I said, what can I do to show them? And like picking a football team, you're going to see tomorrow or next week who is right and who's wrong. You'll see that next week, that who delusional and who not delusional. I'm not trying to, like, it's like people be jealous of me, grown people, like my family members and stuff, jealous of me because I did what you should have done. I did what you should have done. You should have applied yourself and you didn't. So now you sitting your sorry self at home and you hating on me. It's trying to use hide behind God to do it. That's what's disgusting. Just say you a mean, whatever you are. If you a parent, if you a mean parent, just say I'm a mean parent. If you a mean preacher, just say you a mean preacher. If you a bully, just say you a bully. That's what I would do. I tell you to your face, I'm a Christian, but ask Angelo and Smashley. I tell them, Smashley, what's that song that fantastic? When I see you, Smashley, I tell him, I'm not going to get on here in front and act like I ain't bust some dude in his face and had his face bleeding like a month ago. And I'm a Christian. But see, it don't sound right, me saying I'm a Christian and I'm busting people in the face unless you know I got a mental disability. You know what I'm saying? It don't sound right saying that. But it's facts. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to hide my hand. I'm not going to fake. What T.I. say, if I don't talk behind a man back, I say it to his face. I'm a thoroughbred dude. I don't fake and I don't hate. I'm a thoroughbred. I don't fake. I don't hate. I got character. I got integrity. I got class. I got all of the above. I'm not too much talking behind people back. If I'm talking about it's because he over here messing with me again. Oh, he not messing with me. He just telling a family member. The family member is gullible minded. She going to him for advice. You know how he got people up in here just keep saying the same word, delusional. Please, Stick. Please start believing what I'm telling you about yourself. Delusional. Please believe it. Please. See, he do that with a family member. They all weak-minded, so he over there delusional, and she she done caught up in the delusion. And now he done turned her against her own family member. He done got her. He'll get you too. Especially if he come around here with his wallet, he'll get you too. It ain't too many people who's strong. It's like God tweets something. When that part that made me crazy, it made me is more smarter than you. Smarter. It made me more intelligent than you. It's like that part that made me crazy. When he turned that knob, it's like something over here and I'm smarter than you now. The Rain Man. Yeah, everything you saying about me crazy, delusional, I'm smarter than you, though. Sit across from that chess table from me, boy. You won't exist no more. All I got to do is apply myself. Because I'm saying I'm going to sit across the chess table from you without even applying myself. I'm going to sit across the chess table from you without even applying myself. Because you don't even know what's going on over there. Them people trying to bankrupt. They going to bankrupt you. Like, for real. I know you playing the game, but they really going to bankrupt you. They going to bankrupt you for real, for real. So I'm glad you knew the bankrupting was coming because they serious about doing it to you. It's happening. But you got to wait till the end of the game. Y'all come. Nelson Mandela was in jail for 47 years. God showed that to me the other day. Greg, you ain't even been alive 47 years. These people sat in the jail for no reason for 47 years. You ain't even been alive. But how Nelson Mandela's story ended, he was an old man when he got it. I might be an old man before God get me there. I don't know, I don't care. All I know is what I know right now, and I know I'm smarter than you. But I hurt some people's feelings because they want to be smart. Some people want to be gangster. I'm not more gangster than a gangster. But I play by the rules though. But I ain't even a gangster, and I play by some of the rules. But I ain't more gangster than a gangster. I'm not faster than a fast person. I can't jump higher than a jump high person, but I'm smarter than you. That's my thing. Is this intelligence? It's not just a regular intelligence. Like y'all sit around trying to hold up. Let me get something that's hard to read. That I haven't wrote. That's not a legal thing. You know what I'm saying? Y'all sit around trying to gain earthly or regular intelligence, like trying to read every word perfect or sound smart. I don't do that. I want to sound stupid. Because, see, my intelligence is combative. So I'm going to hit you with that. What's that boy named? Kaiser Sose. You know who Kaiser Sose is? Got that limp walk. Kaiser Sose, when I come around you, I'm going to be walking like this. I'm going to walk with that limp. You feel what I'm saying? Real talk. I don't want you to know how smart I am or think I'm going to outsmart you. I want you to think you're smarter than me. That's how I'm going to beat you. I'm going to use your momentum against you. The people who humble, I don't usually even go against them. Because they be beat. I'm talking too much now. You know what I'm saying? I don't even go against some people. The humble dude, if you notice that, a humble dude, you will hardly ever see ghosts try a humble dude. Because that's who going to beat you. Dude might be quiet. I might just be reading it like he humble, but I ain't going to fool with him because I know how that works. I done seen that happen before. God, what the Bible say about God and the humble. You see, he resisted the proud. I know I'm not a proud person. The same people who said that I got an ego problem, let me come slap you in your face and let me see you turn the other cheek. Let me slap you in your mouth. Let me do to you what that dude did to King David. Nah, but I ain't gonna just curse you. I'm gonna slap you. Cursing you ain't strong enough. I'm gonna slap you in your mouth and let me see you act like Jesus. That's what I'm saying. People just be talking, man. You gotta understand the difference between talk and action. Real talk and real action. Some people about real talk and some people about real action. The real action that dude about is messing with a disabled person who halfway can't defend himself. Bro, that's cowardness. If you in the military, you doing that's coward stuff. Sign your name on that paper. You say, I'm delusional, but let me see somebody sign their name on a piece of paper where you coming at me for anything. Sign your and watch what's going to happen to you. Because the police department of city, if they mess with me, they know what's coming. It ain't no doubt about it. You could keep saying delusional to yourself. You like my daddy said, you be sitting there saying delusional. It was due Angelo. What happened? I was delusional last year and you was in this live. Yeah. And what happened? Angelo, what happened? How many thousands? How many tens of thousands? And I was delusional then too. And I'm delusional now. So when you calling me delusional this time, Smashley, just stick around for a little bit. You're going to be coming on the live stream. I'm going to be counting them thousands. They still going to be calling me delusional. They're going to keep coming at me because they just going to be mad now that I'm making them look even stupider. They lie to the people. I don't lie to the people. They do. You can't blame that on no deep state. You can't blame that on no deep state because I heard the politicians up there now lying to the people. We could play your lies back to you in your own words. They lie to the people. I don't do that. I'm not trying to be no president. That's stupid. He want me, I'm going to get you in the conservative party because he finna run for something and we're going to recruit him and make you ain't recruiting me to do nothing. I'm going to tell you that right now to your face. See, the difference between me and what's his name scared of a bullet. I'm not. That's the difference. Some people ain't scared of bullets. You can't get greatness if you scared of a bullet. Charlie Kirk wasn't scared of no bullet. Don Trump won. I heard the testimony. I heard about Don saying when they was threatening him and they was threatening them, they kept going. Don Trump ain't scared of no bullet. You feel what I'm saying? Martin Luther King wasn't scared of no bullet. You can't be scared of a bullet and be great, boy. That come with the territory. That's why I don't even want to do no Martin Luther, like, no Charlie, man, I'm trying to be out there like in the battlefield. Like where my MO is. I want my MO to be there. You feel me? Taking some of my boy head, I take your head clean off your shoulders, and I would love to do it in God's name. Real talk, though. Real talk. That's why King David like my favorite. King David then killed many a man in the name of God. Does that sound funny to you? God said that his hands were so bloody, God wouldn't even let him build the temple. He made his son build a temple because King David's hands were so bloody. That boy killed many of dudes like you in God's name. Out here faking and perpetrating, making millions of dollars off of God's name. Well, which one of these military organizations, these military contractors you spending your money with? Dude paying military contract, this a preacher. He too transactional. And I could see, listen, if you're a preacher and you want to go to Sonic and you want to feed, this whole city Sonic cheeseburgers. But I'm saying you doing this in God's name. That's what make it a sin or make it wrong if you even saved. Because you doing it and it's like you murdering in God's name. You walking around the steps of a righteous man are ordered by the Lord. He reading that scripture, he misquoting it. Because was David a righteous man? So God ordered his steps when he went in there and slept with Bathsheba. Like everything a righteous man do, God ordering his steps. He's sitting here, quote, steps of a righteous man, ordered by the Lord. When I passed out these tracts today, guess who ordered me to do that? Because if God didn't order me to do it, I wouldn't do it. Not that I don't love him. There is some times where I will think about God to go out there and tell somebody else about Jesus. But I'm saying I got all these lawsuits. I'm dealing with this person. But God, the steps of an ordered by the Lord. Hey, man, come here real quick. Let me give you and your buddy one of these tracts. Tell y'all about how Jesus loves you. That's ordered by the Lord. You over here harassing a disabled person and having people knocked off by military contractors. God's not in that, bro. That's you and the devil playing that game. Been playing that game for a long time. That's what I'm saying. If you was just doing it, say, hey, I'm just a mean preacher. And I got a bad habit. I like messing and bullying people. See, if you just be all the way real, but you ain't gonna have nobody in your church being real, but ghosts will be there. Let me get a preacher like that. Ghosts will be there. If you just real like that, but these dudes out here, they faking, bro. You a multi-millionaire. While the people in your church are starving. You a multi-millionaire while the people in your church are starving. You got people in your church starving. And you got too much, way too much. And you got people, the poor be with us always, huh? That's how it works. Dude, be con artists, bro. I'm telling you, the older I get, the more I see, bro. Dude be con artist. He don't even know he a con. He probably think he a good dude. You know what I'm saying? That's what President Trump said too. I promise y'all, didn't President Trump say that? President Trump said that it was a con job, affordability. He don't even know people hurt. He think the Democrats making it up. He don't even know they hurt. This the leader of your country. Said that the people feeling economic pain in his country, that's a con job. That's what your leader said. I'm saying you can't come on here. Look, if y'all don't come on here messing with me, you will never get this side of me. If y'all come on here trying to get me fired up, I'm going to give you the truth, boy. You know what I'm going to do, bro? That's what I do. I tell the truth. Y'all come on here with that stuff, I'm going to give you the truth, bro. That's what I'm going to do. 10 out of 10 times. Real talk. 10 out of 10 times. I'm saying, like, at Smashy, I wouldn't even come on here, like, I wasn't even coming on here talking about that, though, but once he started talking about delusional and stuff like that, I started saying, hey, I know some delusional people. You feel me? I know a bunch of them. Real talk. Oh, nah, bro, you tweaking. Boy, I don't care what you say. That's all natural. You ain't used to natural and real. You ain't used to a man trying to walk around looking like a girl. Real talk. This me, boy. This real. You know what I'm saying? This real. This what real look like, homeboy. You want me to put some activator in it? I probably will soon. You see what I'm saying? How long my hair is, bro. This real. Smash it. I'm not stooping to that level, baby. I'm schooling and educating them. I be trying to help them, Smash it. I be trying to help him because the dude really be believing what he's saying. One of the dudes I'm talking about 6 people this morning. And I'm intentionally not calling names. I'm just making examples. You know what I'm saying? People who fundamentally, who really behind legal wars. Like who behind a military legal, my business, not like Tesla or nothing like that. I'm talking about in Mississippi, fundamentally. But I'm just not calling their names. But what I'm saying is, he know what I'm saying is true. He over here telling the people, and they've been listening to him for so long. I feel so sorry for him. And he keep on saying the same thing. Like he done told one of my family members 1,000 times they don't deserve this and that. And they over there, they believe him. And they over there living like they under some great sacrifice of not having nothing. Like they doing something for God. But I'm saying while he driving around in his brand new car, what he doing for God? What he sacrificing? He telling you to sacrifice your child. And this a dude, look, this is a dude who's supposed to be seriously represent God. And the people who are around him ain't never heard this probably before. He probably ain't never heard this before. But he telling somebody to sacrifice their child, talking about to sacrifice somebody else's child is a sacrifice. That's what God told Abraham to do, is sacrifice somebody else's child, right? God told Abraham, hey, Abraham, go find somebody else's child to sacrifice. That's what God see. You ain't talking to just anybody. You know what I'm saying? No, that ain't what God told Abraham to do. That's what God did with his own son. God said, I ain't going to sacrifice my own son. I'm going to sacrifice your son. My God tell you to sacrifice your own. It's the heathens and the pagans that tell you to sacrifice somebody else. That's devil worshiping stuff you doing. Yeah. Yeah, boy. That boy a devil worshiper. Sacrificing, that's devil worshiping, so it's only one sacrifice. His name Jesus. And if God did tell you to sacrifice somebody's son, it's going to be your own homeboy. Real to see, I don't like messing with God. I'm going to tell you some stuff that you ain't never heard because I'm not trying to fit in or think like nobody else. I think like myself. It real talk. Dude ain't smarter than me, though. He think he is, though. He really ain't. I ain't going to try to enunciate words that sound smart. I'm going to mispronounce the word, probably on purpose. I don't care. What pronouncing a word for in front of you gonna sound? What's that do for? Oh, I sound like I sound smart. Tell me who gonna win the Ole Miss in Miami. Do that and get that right. and do that consistently and get it right. Not do that. You talking about pronouncing a word? Shoot, name the capital of all 50 states, or name the capital of at least 100 countries, or name me 50 countries for that matter. Do that. Name me every country in Europe. Name almost every country on every continent I can name you. I could, and at the same time, recite almost every lyric in Biggie whole CDs. Bro, you don't, bro, come on, man. You ain't nowhere close to this smart. No, almost. If I don't know the place in the Bible, I know the scriptures. Y'all can hear me, right? The scriptures. It ain't too much of stuff that's important in life that I don't know. Have great knowledge in it. I feel like the King Solomon's son. You know what I'm saying? You feed me. I feel like the Song of Solomon in here, boy. Real talk though. Man, it's almost 11 o'clock. That's 4 hours. Smashly, baby. I'm going to come back in here and I'm going to close it out, all right? It's 10:30. I really ain't have nothing to do. You know what I'm saying? So I stayed on. That Jasmine for Texas, that first 2 hours, though, you know what I'm saying? That's how we usually do it. I don't have to do no live streams where I'm just in here talking to y'all, separate live streams. I cover the content, you know what I'm saying, for about 2 hours or so. And then the last 2 hours, I get on here and whatever kind of mood we in, that's what we gonna do. If we in a hopeful, positive mood, then that's what we gonna do. If we in a harassing, bullying mood, that's what we gonna do. Whatever mood we in. You know what I'm saying? If you a leader and this woman coming to you for advice and you telling her to do A, B, and C, you could blame that on her if you want to, bro. I'm gonna hold you responsible. That's your advice you giving her. I could sue you. You know, you could sue a preacher for telling the mama to giving her advice that'll hurt her child. You know that. Preacher giving her that advice, he could be sued for that. You know that, don't you? As long as you know. All right, y'all. All right, y'all. Oh, you gone, Smashley? All right, baby. She said, kitchen life, I miss it, bro. They try so hard. Even the ones that be on my side, like, I miss kitchen life. I miss the kitchen. Bro, I'm talking about 24/7. Even the ones who act like they on my side, they try so hard. I want to appeal in the U.S. Court of Appeals, and you trying to get me to go back in the kitchen. Because you a hater, and you ain't never did it. That's why. When the judges find out that I did, or the lawyers, all the people who they be like that but you telling me to go back in the kitchen because you a hater and that's where you at. That's what you are. You failed at everything you try. Oh, I'm gonna try to start a business. I failed at. Even though I ain't even gonna call your name, bro, but even the ones who were successful, who worth millions, you ain't never won no appeal in the U.S. You ain't even can't even file a lawsuit. You calling lawyers. You jealous. Why would you tell someone to go backwards in life? It's something that they are successful in doing something on their own because you jealous. That's all I could think of. If you come at me, like, I'm going to just be real with you. I'm going to love you and tell you the truth. You just jealous. I mean, that's what it is. You just jealous. Instead of going to New York and doing your own thing, and you chose to do whatever you chose to do. That's on you. Whatever you doing, that's what you are. You just jealous. You a jealous hater. If you a jealous hater, just own it. Just own it. That's what I'm saying. Don't be delusional. Own what you are. I used to work in the kitchen. I'm proud of it. Just like I used to be a server too. Just like AOC says she used to be a server, baby. I used to be a server too. And I worked in the kitchen. I used to work on forklifts. I worked on forklifts right before I started Legal Wars Live. I mean, right before I started the Miller Ray Legal. I used to work on forklifts. I worked in sales. I was a travel merchandiser. I worked in, well, I don't care. There's times I do miss my coworkers or camaraderie or whatever you call with my coworkers. It is times I do miss that. No lie. But like, what I'm going to miss going back to work for, and I overcame that. You see what I'm saying? I didn't have a problem working. I told y'all before. You want me to show you? Hold up, I'll show you again. Because I know some people, they turtle slow. So let me help you out. Look, for the slow people in the back who missed the first, or you might not be slow, you might have just missed the first demonstration. Here was the first demonstration. You feel me? Like, I had a job at Tesla in Austin, moved to Texas, bro, for this purpose. All my hopes, and I'm finna go work at Tesla forever. I'm gonna retire here. I'm serious. This been written. I said that I'm gonna retire there at Tesla, riding forklifts. What happened? What happened? We can't go backwards. That's why you gotta understand. Like, I never understood a grown person who don't understand that there's consequences for your actions. How are you 70 years? Did you forgot that consequences for your actions? Bro, I got a job. I'm working. I'm gonna retire from Tesla. What happens? Oh man, didn't work out. Less than 30 days? What? Okay, I'm gonna go back. Not because they wanted to, because you had to. I'm gonna go back. It didn't work out. Oh man, what happened? Went somewhere, it didn't work out, bro. Who you jerking? Like, you must think like I'm like, I don't know what people be thinking of. Like, and they listen to, they know I'm smarter than them, but they still try to outsmart you and outmuscle you because they fear you. Like Jasmine said they fear her. I believe her. They fear. That's that imperialism stuff. You trying to outmuscle and outmaneuver somebody who you should be uplifting for your good. That's why you 38 trillion in debt as a country. Because the people you could uplift that will help you happily, you try to trounce on them. In favor for a 70-year-old man who giving you money, you corrupt. My boy said, Repeto, he said they con job. Oh, Colton, thank you, baby. He said they con jobs. You feel me? It seemed like it, though, man. Sometimes it do. You know, I know people want me to pick a side. I'm not picking no sides, though. But I know people be trying to get me to pick a side, man. I'm not picking no side. You feel what I'm talking about? If I pick a side, I'm gonna pick God's side. I tell people that all the time, or you could pay me. You could hire me and pay me. You see what I'm saying? Jasmine could call me, hire me, and pay me. JD could call me, hire me, and pay me. That's it. I'm not finna. If you hire me, then yeah, I'm on your side all the way down. I'm still not gonna be for no transgenders. I'm still, you know that before you hire me. Just like if you get in my car, you know that if you got drugs on you and the police pull us over, that's your drugs. I'm going to tell you that. As a matter of fact, you can't get in my car with them. But if I find out you got them, I ain't going to put you out on the side of the road, probably not, because I'm from the streets. That's how I'm different. But I'm going to let you know, though, if you get pulled over, those are your drugs. Them ain't our drugs. That ain't, I don't know drugs. And I'll probably be recording myself when I tell you that. I'm not snitching. I'm being real with you from the door. That's how I get down. I'm not going to play with you. I'm going to be real with you. Straight up and be ready to mash you, because that's what that is. And not get out my car. Because I shouldn't have to snitch on you. You should be a man and say, hey, this my stuff. You shouldn't be trying to throw nothing on nobody else. It shouldn't be no snitch situation. You should know my boy finna go to jail and this mine. So you need to stand up and take that. See how I move? I get down different. I'm different. I learned, and these streets taught me the hard way. The hard way. I learned all these lessons the hard way. That's what it says in Ecclesiastes. He said he was given the wine, he was given the everything. And he said when he came to the end of it, all was vexation and vanity of spirit. He was given the everything. That's how you gain knowledge, boy, wisdom. You over here talking about how you pronounce Tommy Hilfiger. Tommy Hilfiger. That's how I pronounce it. But you smarter than me because you say Tommy Hilfiger. You smarter than me. Because you over there practicing how to say words and you announce it. I'm not trying. I don't care. That's the difference between me and you. The stuff I do care about, that's I'm going to outpace you on it. 10 out of 10 times. You just got to find out who I am. Get to know me. $200+ trillion in unfunded liabilities. I'm telling you, I don't know what that means, but I know that don't sound good. I know whatever that means, that don't sound good. That's all I know, man. Pray for America. Pray for our country, though. Pray for our leaders. That's how I feel. I'm saying you can't come at me like any kind of way that's not correct, and I'm going to tell you the truth. We want to talk delusional, I'm going to tell you delusional. If you don't come at me like that, you asking for that energy. You asking for it. And then when you get the energy, it's like, that's what I'm saying. Who is delusional? This dude over here poking the pit bull. And when the pit bull snap about at him, you get mad? You smack the pit bull. It's your joke. It's not working. This pit bull is not working on. Because as you learning how to smack me or whatever, I'm learning how to take your arm off. I'm trying to get closer and closer to your neck. You not break. This a wolf you ain't going to break. You going to have to kill him. You not breaking him. He ain't yours. He belong to something way higher and more powerful than you. And God sent him to speak the truth to you. And only to powerful people. I speak the truth to people like me too, but I don't do them like try to put them down. I tell them about Jesus. I try to lift them up. People who are on my level or lower, I try to bring them up to my level or higher. And people higher than me, they need to be humble. I be shooting at you. Pew, pew. You feel me? He said, Trump the gangster. Ha ha. Trump, all right, man. President Trump, okay. Real talk. I mean, I know Jasmine probably don't like that, you know. They call me a Republican. I'm not a Republican. I promise you that. I don't care how conservative my views are. I'm not a Republican. Jasmine, if I was a Republican, I would be a Republican. I'm that tight. I'm not going to go both ways. I'm going to be on one side or the other. That's why I'm neither. Because I'm real. I like some things Democrats do. I like some things the Republicans do. So I'm going to keep it real. I'm neither. It's a level of realness in every aspect of my life that people just, you ain't seen that. You ain't seen no realness like that, boy. It's a level of realness you ain't never seen before. I'm real. I'm authentic. What that dude's saying over there, he lying. I promise you he lying. And I don't care. I know I'm a Christian. Charlie said he was a Christian. I hope he was. He was a Christian. He living with Jesus. You saying that right now because you want to stay on this earth because most of y'all going to go to hell. The Bible say that. You know, some of y'all on here, you know you going... Yeah, that boy say he created like, because you got the wrong religion. You in here trying to fit in with people. And that's what's going to get you. Because God ain't no people and he ain't no person. He a spirit. You can't even comprehend that. You think that even the people who think that, you don't know nothing, bro. I promise you. I could tell how, you know what I'm saying? Just blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but you listening. Yo, hey, you a hater. What you hating about? Ask your mama what you hating about. I ain't even gonna get on the mama jokes. My mama tell what you hating about, boy? Stop hating. Be a hater your whole life, man. I'm saying at some point you gotta get away from that hate. You gotta start loving. Don't love when you asking for mercy. Love before that. You can't pick and choose who you love. That's not what God told you to do. He said what God told you to do. Some of y'all really don't care about it. You don't care about what God told. See, you think when I'm hitting this vape, I'm being disrespectful to God, but I don't think that because I don't see it in the Bible. I hear what you say. Might hear what all the churches say. But the church is the ones who killed Jesus. Am I right or wrong? So I'm saying, like, because the church is saying, I don't care what the churches say, man shall not live by bread alone. Show me the scripture where God says smoking is a sin. Whoever you are. Yeah, you could say something like, oh yeah, the body is a temple of God, harming the temple of God. You right about that. But that's kind of like, that's a weak comeback because God did say smoke up the nostril. He put that in the Bible. So that was clear with those authors in that in that Old Testament, excuse me. And none of them never condemned it. That's a new thing. That's a modern day wrong is smoking. That ain't no God, right? God ain't never said that. God talked about lying. He talked about stealing. He talked about cheating. He talked about murder. He talked about bearing false witness. You know what bearing false witness is? Do you know what bearing false witness is? That's what God talked about, thou shalt not. And you over here talking about vaping, taking smoke up the nostrils. God never said thou shalt not drinketh the alcohol. God never said thou shalt not drinketh the beer. You don't have a real concept of this real creature that I'm talking, not creature, excuse me, this real being. See how I watch my words? This real being that I'm talking about, he is a spiritual. You talking about carnal and fleshly things, thou shalt not drinketh the beer. But you doing the spiritual things like lying. You know, telling a lie, that's a spiritual thing. It's not like this a beer. And the preacher's saying this is sin to drink the beer. That's physical. But him lying, that's a spiritual thing. That's, you notice all the kind of sin, most of them sins, they're lying like, yeah, you know, fornicating, because any kind of thing you doing to another person, God's going to count that as a sin. Facts. Look, if smoking weed, yeah. I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about. If smoking weed might not be wrong by myself, but if I'm doing it with this dude and it messed this dude up in any kind of way, that's wrong, right? I know what I'm talking. That's when you see, because I have a good concept of the law. It's all kind of correlated, bro. I'm trying to tell you what I know. God's law. That's what man got his law from. It's from God. So I'm saying I have a good when you doing something to another person, that's when God start talking about sins. Or if you putting something above him or doing something to him, then he'll tell you about some sins too. Thou shalt not go a whoring after other gods. Thou shalt not put no other God before who? You start talking about him now, that's something. Half the scriptures about your worship, half the scriptures about, but ain't no scripture about what I'm doing in my car, in my house by myself. Ain't no scripture about that. That's why ain't no scripture gonna be about you smoking, because you doing that to yourself. Just like what scripture says, thou shalt not drinketh? I'm talking about all you Bible scholars. Y'all need to have been preaching the Bible before you were born. Hey, all you Bible scholars, what? Because I ain't never heard no preacher say this in my life. I put this on everything I love. All you Bible scholars, listen. What scripture says thou shalt not drink? It says Noah got drunk, but he slept with his daughters. It's what that alcohol led to is what make it wrong. But look, see, you don't understand that, Mr. Smart Guy. What did Noah said that led to him? I mean, God said thou shalt not drink it, but you know what he did say though in the Bible? He said you shouldn't give your neighbor strong drink. He don't want you getting your neighbor drunk. He don't want you getting nobody drunk. That if you read and you understand for yourself, God speak to you. You get an understanding. He don't want me doing this to nobody else. You let this dude choose what he do and not do. I'm not going to influence him to do no wrong. If I'm going to be an influencer, I'm going to have to be a Christian influencer. No wrong. But you talking about what I'm doing by myself, boy, I'll slap you 3 times and I'll slap you 4 times on Sunday. I don't care what. You could be Bibi Netanyahu himself, boy. Bibi, hey, Bibi, you could box with me. Here you got, that power don't impress me because I know God. Some of y'all that don't believe in God, I know he represent the Hebrews. And God said he chose, why did he choose you, BB? God chose y'all to show the world how good of a warriors y'all are. That's what God chose Israel for. BB, that's what God chose you for, huh? To show the world how good of a warriors y'all are. That's what, no, that ain't what the Bible said, BB. Why God chose y'all? What God chose y'all for? Y'all don't know nothing about them Hebrews. Ghost, no. Hey, North Miami, though. You feel me? If I go to North Miami, I'm staying with the Jews. If I go to Miami, I'm staying with the Jews. Listen to me. You don't even understand that, boy. If I go to Miami, I'm staying with the Jews on North Beach, boy. If you from Miami, you know. You go to North Beach, you know what's up there. I've been over America. For real, though. I'm staying with the Jews. If I go to Miami, I'm staying on North. If you hear I'm in Miami and you looking for me to come smoke me, you can find me on North Beach and I'm staying in a Jewish neighborhood. Facts. Now, a lot of stuff I know I ain't telling you about or I done forgot about. I know what God created him for, what BB for. BB just a war dog. You feel me? That was my dude. He's just a fighter. He's just a fighter. He's like a modern day gladiator. That's what he is. Israel they've been kicked out their country so many times. He tired of that. He ain't trying to do that no more. So this gonna be all 10 this time. I could understand that. Just like a street mentality. They trying to survive as a nation. So they're going to be all 10. It's the land over there is this big. It's not big enough really to be sharing. Imagine you got your mortal enemy living in your house. That's what BB got to do. The world is making him let his mortal enemy live in his house with his family and his kids. So his mortal enemy is living in Israel. He got to watch him 24/7. Yeah, you get out of line, I'm gonna kick you out of my house. That's what I'm gonna do. But that's a lot of political stuff involved in that. I ain't gonna advise him to do nothing that's gonna hurt the people of God. But I'm just saying, I know what they supposed to be doing. It ain't to be the greatest warriors in the world. It's to show, you supposed to be showing these people how to worship God. That's what God chose you for, Mr. Israel. You don't talk to ghosts, bro. You ain't gonna really talk. You could talk about history, but other than history, if it's my word or what you saying is right or wrong, you're gonna be wrong. I'm telling you, 9 out of 10 times. Because I'm not gonna say it if I don't know it. Or if you saying something that I don't know, I'm gonna do more listening. That's how I get smart. Ain't got no pride or ego like you think I do. How I get smart? If you saying something that I don't know, I'm gonna shut up and listen. Huh? What happened? What? You see me sometimes. I do a lot of talking, but you'll see me. People see me sometimes. I'm sitting there listening. And I'm asking them 1,000 questions. Ask people. I'll ask you 2 million questions. They're like, you slow. Nah, he ain't slow. He painting a picture. Now I'm getting an understanding that you don't get. I look at stuff deeper than you. So I need to see stuff that you can't see. That's why I keep asking that same question, because my mind trying to draw. Let me go. Ozzy Crosby. Donald Plump is the poster child for TDs. That's too funny. Man, that's my time, man. That boy 4.5 hours, boy, with you on Monday. Jasmine for Texas, man. And listen, before I get out the stream, man, I'm going to say this. If the people who waited for it, you ain't finna stay. Ain't nobody stayed on this stream for 4 hours, 35 minutes and 41 seconds. But say if you just fast forward to the end, man, you know what I'm saying? I just want to say that, man, I really believe that Jasmine is that candidate to win the state of Texas. Real talk. And I'm saying this not as a Republican hater or not as a Democrat lover, as a American citizen who lived in the state of Texas for a few years. Jasmine it's not necessarily because I owe her a favor. It's just because I believe in her. And not only believing in her, I know she could win that race. She's the transformational figure that the state of Texas has been waiting for. Demographics, everything, she is aligned for her to win. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. You feel me? Here's the thing. If you look at that model, Jasmine, when you saying Beto O'Rourke, y'all remember him, 2018, almost beating Ted Cruz? Beto, 3 points. Beto. When you saying Beto, you were talking about James Tallarico. It's his name, James, right? You're talking about Tallarico. To me, Tallarico, even though he leading all three of them in polls, in the Republican against Tallarico, in the Republican primary, he leading Paxton, he leading Cronin, and he leading Hunt. But in my opinion now, like I believe in my heart though, that if Tallarico, y'all Democrats now, if Tallarico ran against them Republicans, he would be just like Beto, just like him. Maybe not as good, because I don't know how good Beto done with black people, but most of black people, they gonna vote for Tallarico, but not because of Jasmine. The difference, Jasmine, is that there's a lot of black people who will show up and vote. We just don't need the Hispanics to stay at home. But I'm saying this is the election year to get this done. She was right about that too, 2026. We saw what happened with Miami, 30 years. They got a Democrat female as their mayor. You see what I'm saying? We saw all the special elections with the Democrats, so we know it's moving to that side. We know it is. So she on point with everything you saying, baby girl. And understand, I never not one time said that you don't need to, that you need to try to reach a Republican who won't vote for you. That's insane. That's not what I meant. I meant independent and swing voters. I just call them Republicans in Texas because they usually everything leans to the right. That's not Democrat. That's how they hold it, the state chokehold for 30 years. So that's what I meant. Like you shoot for them independents and and them swing voters. But everything else I see her doing, I like it. She building her coalition exactly like I thought she should do it with the churches. I seen her at churches. I seen her in a black restaurant. Because all the restaurants like that, any black business, restaurant, church, or university. And I'm saying, if I know she's got to go to Congress, and I hate that, I wish she could campaign 24-24, but I'm saying I would run that throughout January. That's all she got to do. She need to do this for she probably need to go back. That's what, man, we could do alone. She gonna have to go back into that black community before the general, but this is shoring up her base for the general election. But not only does it shore up her base for the general, black voters are the majority of the Democratic. I'm saying they are a large swath of the Democratic primary. That's why she winning by 8 points. And not only that, I'm saying like she got older voters too. And she a woman, so she probably do really well with women. That's with Jasmine. You gotta listen to your boy Ghost. That's almost a coalition. You get a young voters. That's the Obama coalition right there. I know Obama did with white men and with, you see what I'm saying? But I'm saying them women, them young voters, you turn out low propensity black voters, voters who don't even vote, the older voters, she getting the coalition, Jazzy. You see what I'm saying? So, man, that's what I feel. That's what I think. You know what I'm saying? I see people get haters down there all the time. We not worried about no haters, though. You know what I'm saying? We don't worry about no haters. We don't need them among us, though, because we trying to get things done, Jasmine. I want to see you winning that. I want to see her win that Senate seat, man. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what it take, man. Like right now, if I was her, she's doing everything she need to be doing. The only thing that I see to add to it for right now, Jasmine, get to them HBCUs. They waiting on you, baby. They waiting on Jasmine. Them HBCUs in Texas, they waiting on Jasmine. See, they got you got their full support. They just need you to show up on their campus and in their communities. Seeing your face, Jasmine, and charge them up. That's what campaign rallies is about. HBCUs, we need to get to them in January. Everything else, man, she running. You know what I'm saying? Just that Democratic primary. I mean, you want to, that HBCUs will help you, though, because you don't want to focus all your attention in Houston, Austin, and Dallas. You know what I'm saying? You got to hit that whole state, man. That's my time. I love y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? Like me telling you a Christian, I think it really ain't no, because you already know it, man. Y'all heard the live stream. I just pray that, you know what I'm saying? If you want to accept Jesus, man, don't listen to what nobody say. Jesus is willing and ready to save you. His arms are open, bro. I'm telling you, I know them scriptures. He'll meet you where you at. You don't got to be perfect. You ain't got to be drug-free. Oh, Jesus. You know, that's what the church, they messing things up. But I ain't going to realize, I'm just saying, though, you ain't got to be none of that. You could be as broken as you want to be, and Jesus going to meet you right there where you are. He God. See, you that broken, the man, he want to get credit for helping to fix you, so he wants you to halfway clean up, fix up, or whatever before he start getting to work, because he going to look stupid if he can't fix you. Well, Jesus don't need, he ain't no man. You understand that? He was a man and he's still alive and he exists forevermore as a man in heaven. His father, we talking God, man. You understand that? So he'll meet you where you at. It don't matter how broken you are. You don't have to be halfway fixed, perfect, or you trying to get no. He'll meet you as broken as you are. You could be killing Christians. The worst ones. That's the ones he used. Tell me, I don't know what I'm talking about. The cussing, cutting people ear off. Oh, I'm gonna build my whole church on the cusser. He'll meet you where you at, man. He a holy God. He a righteous God. He is worthy of our worship. Whatever they saying about him, and I don't know what they saying about him, because I understand God. Yeah, he will deal with you, and he will wrath, and he do put people in hell. It's hard to say it, but I believe that, and that's facts. I know you don't want to believe that because you scared. It ain't funny, but I'm saying for real. I know they be calling me crazy because they be scared, man. They don't want to go to hell when they die. But that's facts. You have to accept Jesus. It's got to be a payment for your sins. It's a payment for our wrongs. You see what I'm saying? So I just want to tell y'all that, man. They come at me every day. I'm laughing at them, blowing kisses at them, trying to sue them again, get another lawsuit. Real talk. I ain't going to stop suing you. I told you that in July. I told you that way back there. I told you that in March. I just didn't have no cases. Well, and I did have cases. I had a little bitty case, but I told them I ain't gonna never stop suing you. Who you is who know who you is. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've been in this game for years. It's made me an animal. It's rules to this here. Hey, y'all, I love y'all. See, there's people who think that there's something wrong. I'm just sitting here clowning and joking and playing, bro. Real talk. They just got the wrong outlook on life. I know the scriptures, God tell you to enjoy your life. God wants you to enjoy your life. Why would he give you your life? Because he wants you to be miserable. That sounds like you serving the devil. That's what that sounds like. And service with this service that you do with God is joyful. It's not like you scrubbing the toilet joyfully. No, that's not what I'm doing, boy. I'm not scrubbing no toilet joyfully. Like I'm living my life, whatever it is he got me in. If it's in this car, I'm in this car joyfully. Living my life with God. You know what I'm saying? I'm a warrior now, so at times, you see me smacking and backing. You know what I'm saying? Don't think I ain't at peace because I'm smacking and backing. That's what warriors do. You feel what I'm talking about? But I do have peace that can only come from God because I love him. I wake up every day and I say, this is the day the Lord has made. I will rejoice and be glad in it. That's almost 5 hours I gave y'all a straight love. You feel me? On a Monday. Guys, I'll see y'all tomorrow morning at 6:30 a.m. Eastern time. If I'm not mistaken, we're going to start. Go ahead and look towards that State of the Union speech that's coming up, man. You know what I'm saying? It's a big address for President Trump. 2026, it's an election year. This year is going to decide the future of his party, the future of MAGA. I want to hear what he got to say, man, in that State of the Union speech. Don't y'all? It sets the tone for the year. What does President Trump got planned for 2026? We're going to talk about it tomorrow. 6:30 a.m. Eastern time. Jasmine for Texas, baby. Y'all go register for vote in Texas, man, if y'all live in Texas. And make sure this November you vote for Jasmine Crockett. Man, I love y'all. I'm out, man. I'll see y'all next time. Big Ghost Rider.